to order. Let's see, those present, Tracy Mormon, Tim Craig, Jody Moore, Robin Lovell, Hope Duke, Jay Oliphant, myself, Maribel Childress, and then we know we've got the live stream going on too. So at this point, we will stand and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, I don't believe we have any Patreon. Okay, there are no Patreon comments. So we will turn it over to Mrs. Childers for the welcome and celebrations.
Yes, so this month we are celebrating our board members. This is School Board Recognition Month. And this is, since today is also Dr. Martin Luther King Day, this is a quote from him that's very well known. It says, "Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others?" And as board members, you are always doing for others. That is the whole reason and the whole thinking about how you serve and why you serve. So I just want you to know, on behalf of the entire district, how much we appreciate all that you do, all the time that you give. People have no idea how much time and energy and effort goes into your job. So we appreciate you, and also if you will go back and let your families know how much we appreciate your families, because they are also making great sacrifices for the district. It's a family position, and so let them know that we appreciate you too.
On behalf of the board, thank you so much. I think we all feel very appreciated, and tonight there's cards, there's paintings, there's food from the different buildings, the different building principals, so thank you for.
And I've seen some messages on marquees too.
Yes, messages on marquees too.
And Sheldon's been announcing it at basketball games too, so.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, why didn't you stand
What are you talking about?
the other night
I don't know what you're talking about.
when he announced us?
I noticed Hope didn't stand too. I think you were talking, didn't hear Shel. I think you were engaged in a conversation when.
Did you not know?
I had no idea.
Hope was talking? I can't imagine.
She what?
Look, the only time I get to talk to my sister
'Cause I
is
went
at a
over-
basketball game.
I went over there, we had to see the trainer. Barella, and went over there and Sheldon goes, "Oh, thanks a lot. I'll never announce you again." He's like, "You should have stood up." I'm looking over at you and I'm like, "Stand up." No one else did, but you stand up. I'm like, "No, I ain't doing it." No one else did it, so I wouldn't do
I
it.
didn't even, not a clue. He's going to talk louder.
We also want to give special recognition tonight to Jody Moore and Jay Oliphant. They received Master Board Member Awards at the ASBA conference in December. And your award, was supposed to be in for me to give you tonight, and it is not in for me to give you tonight. So it'll be the recognition that keeps on going. But we appreciate that extra effort. Yes.
Thank you.
The other celebration that we have tonight that is in your original board packet is this semester Superintendent's Innovation Grant Award winner is Vicki Holloway, and she wrote a grant to add a greenhouse to the outdoor classroom at Glen Duffy. So very excited to be able to provide her with those funds to enhance what's already out there. And I ran into Zane Vanderpool at the Superintendent Symposium on Thursday and told him that Vicki had gotten this grant, and he was super excited to see his vision for that outdoor classroom continuing to grow. So he was very excited for that. I asked Vicki not to come since we were trying to keep numbers down, but told her that we would recognize her tonight, and hopefully in the spring when she has some pictures to show us, we can have her come back and share how it's going.
Great. All right, we'll move to the consent agenda, which includes the minutes of the November 30th special board meeting, the December 14th regular school board meeting, and the financial report. Dennis?
And let me, when we sent the packet out, I think Jay had emailed Tammy with some additions or corrections, some edits to the minutes. And so in the additional supporting documents, Tammy made those changes, and so you have the amended version in that packet.
Thank you.
Okay, reviewing December 2020 financial results, 50% through the year. For December, we received $5.9 million in property taxes, which close to $410,000 related to current property tax. Year-to-date total, we've received close to $5.6 million in current property tax and $5.9 million in local taxes. Our federal monies, state and federal restricted monies continue to come in. You can see we received ELL this month for almost $24,000. And our ESA payment, that's the former NSLA. As you look a little lower on the sheet, you'll see Fund 6776. This is the governor's COVID Emergency Relief Fund. Basically, Ms. Fisher tracked those on COVID leave and applied to that governor's relief fund for reimbursement for salary and benefits, and you can see we received $126,000 for that. That was cut off December 18th. We also received Fund 6788, $22,000 for a COVID meals allocation. We received that check and were instructed by the state to move corresponding food service expenditures over there to utilize those funds. Mrs. Childress has done a really good job staying up on these legislative changes. So the CARES Act, Fund 6780 there, our final allocation was around $262,000. Our budgeted revenue shows $242 because $12,000 of that was received in the prior year. That is getting ready to be renamed ESSER because we now have an ESSER 2 award for $968,000, which will be spent. Guidelines are similar to the ESSER 1 funds. So the money continues to come in.
We're gonna get 900,000?
Yes, sir, 968,000 on top of the 262,000.
Is that in here?
Not yet. It wasn't awarded at the time I prepared this.
So it's 900 and what again?
68,000.
Like Merry Christmas, here you go.
Yes, sir. And no promises, but I think senior administration concurs with me that there may be more money behind that. I hope that's the case. Be nice. Current month.
Basically, they got the printing presses running full speed.
Right.
We're just making it left and right. And old Hope's over there just going, would you quit? Would you quit? I was picking on you.
Current month revenues, 1.32 million. Year to date, 9.92 million. For the year, we've budgeted close to 21 million in revenue. Flipping to expenditures on page 2.
So that 968,000.
It's real money.
No, I'm serious. I mean, like,
Well, kind of.
kinda. What do you mean?
Well, I'm sure they're printing money in Washington.
Well, I mean, do we gotta spend it to get it
Yes, sir. It's a reimbursement.
on anything?
There are prescribed areas where you can spend it, but it's a lot more broad than, say, FEMA.
So Tracy, it's anything from HVAC improvements to, clean the air, or I sent a note to Maribel. I think we all should be thinking, and the administrators thinking of how we can spend that money to best positively impact student achievement.
Maybe for health and safety purposes.
I'm thinking like that 6 classroom addition is what I'm thinking.
That's kind of where my mind went too, but
I mean,
towards it.
The money has to be spent on things that close the learning gap or reduce, or increase graduation rates.
well, putting more electives or more, couldn't that help? I mean, like more science classes or being able to offer them, couldn't we show where that would? I mean, I'm just,
If brick and mortar is allowable, sure.
I mean, because how much did we save on the refinancing the first go around?
Like, I'm not.
$1.5 million?
Rat race.
And 968,000? I mean, I'm just trying to win, because I promise you, there's gonna be an end. So you better take advantage of it.
So is that something that, like, if we hired some staff to come in and maybe help with the reading, I mean, it's, you know, it's kind of more support, can we tie that to, like, that funds, so, like, if that goes away, we may not necessarily be able to retain them, but might be able to come in and do tutoring and do some things to help support the staff to get those things done?
Yes. Yes. The
I
money.
know, I
Yeah, I
understand what
agree.
you're saying, too.
Oh, I agree.
I know we're on the
The
same
money
page.
expires in September of '23. This pot, the ESSER II funds expire in September of '23. So any staff that was hired would expire, their services would expire in September of '23 unless the district wanted to pick those up.
So, assuming that as far as what we need to do to continue with our safety protocols that we have to do, and are able to maintain that, is that kind of where y'all are thinking? I mean, that's where I'm thinking, is we know we have a gap, we knew we had a gap before we ever had COVID,
Yes,
and
yes. We also feel like
The 968?
we're going to need to put some extra resources into credit recovery and helping students graduate on time. And our current credit recovery program has a cap on how many they can accept, and I would hate to turn students away who are trying to recover credits and get back on track to graduate on time. So, so there's several different things to look at.
Tracy Dennis had also mentioned possibly paying some of the Chromebook leases early.
Yeah, I discussed that with Mrs. Childress, and we looked at when we signed those leases, and it was way before COVID began, so not sure we want to spend it there. But I can tell you, we've had plenty of technical outlays since the pandemic, that we can find all kinds of ways to spend that money. Not just on the books themselves, but we're going to need parts at some point too, for instance.
Yeah.
This apparatus here, this was purchased because of COVID.
And I think this is great, but our biggest issue is our kids and that gap and the education part of it. And so that's where my focus is I feel like, I feel like the house is on fire. That's what I feel like. The house is on fire, and we have got to put everything we can to help, squelch that fire. And as much as the technology stuff is great, and I know we need to have it to support the virtual stuff, I think we really have got to focus in on what is the effective way to spend that money to help these kids read and help these kids, the reading is the biggest thing for me, the test scores and all that type of stuff. It's the reading, and then all that other stuff on top of it. So that's where and I know that's where our board's heart is too, but that's what I would like us to really drill down on.
Okay, going back to the expenditures, you can see I have the operating fund, building fund highlighted. Building fund at 81%, obviously, it's front-loaded from finishing up the construction on the rate as we get ready. Notice the teacher salary fund, coming out of the bonus, is still at 49%, which is below 50% for the year. So that bonus date, they're running at 35%. You know, we've had some cold weather, you know, when I checked it today, February looked okay, I saw a lot of 60s. I'll believe it when I see it, but it would be nice, you know, to keep those temperatures lower.
Yeah. Well, it ain't gonna matter. Natural gas is gonna go up. So's your electric.
So, I think right now, halfway through the year, I feel good where we're at. The ESSER 1 and 2 money obviously help. Mrs. Childress and Ms. Sears have done a great job, you know, helping, with the mission of controlling the cost and making sure that what we spend is a critical need. That's been a big help. If you guys have any questions about December?
How has the gym, the arena impacted things? Has it been as overwhelming?
Well, I've got a breakdown. I think we were gonna present.
I'm talking about the utilities part of things, just how,
They were high. We knew they would be higher. And, you know, I think our estimate that we made at the beginning of the year with that, I think Ms. Moore kind of looking at that, helped us with that. I think our estimate was pretty good. And it's 53,000 square feet, I think. And you got to think that the Career Center, they're running a lot of power tools too. But I think so far it looks like we budgeted appropriately for that.
Thank you, Dennis.
Okay, moving to the balance sheet, 4.2 million cash in the bank, 808,000 money market. And the 46,000 relates to the refis. We're required to apply that against bond payments. So you guys will be getting an email from me here in about a week or so to move that money, sweep that money from bank Gravette to our operating account. Since we paid those bond payments out of general operating funds. It's kind of an easy way to keep that money trail clear. So that'll help, every little bit helps. Building fund balance, 1.1 million. 1,155,000, and of course, we expect a large transfer. I keep looking at the net legal balance report that the state puts out, waiting for them to true it up, and of course, our biggest tax payments occur towards the end of the year. So, kind of, maybe we want to move a little bit of that earlier, maybe we can explore that next month. We should have a fairly sizable cash balance in August. And the auditors are here. I'm giving them all credit. It's a different, having new auditor. Turns out we actually went to school together.
So you gonna, that, what is it? The one you always get stuck with?
Yeah.
System, something?
We were in the same classes. I don't think we knew each other in school. I think she graduated summer of '95, or winter of '95, and graduated in the spring, so.
No, that's, what is it, Jay? What is it that we always get flunked on the audit?
Lack of segregation of duties.
Yeah, segregation of duties.
With that being said, she's working extra hard to find alternative methods to make a lot of that go away. So at least that part of the audit, you know.
Well, it ought to be better because you're one less person in that building. Anyway, not to get off track.
It work that way.
I try to represent the district strongly in those conversations.
Most politically correct answer I've heard.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you. The other consent agenda item, you had the original email correspondence about the retirement. In the supporting documents, there's another email exchange. We have attempted to get a signature from her and have not been able to, so
Even on this one from the 12th?
on that one from the 12th, we have this, but she,
Hadn't signed anything?
no. So she has corresponded with us multiple times via email, but has not been able to submit something a written signature.
Can we take a tour?
Well,
Or does the email
you
doesn't?
hit her head, because all you gotta do is sign something, take a picture of it, and text it to you.
I don't know that
Well,
she's
I mean-
able to do that.
Can we can't accept this as written documentation though, since it's from her email account?
It's up to the board, I mean, it's up to you all as to whether or not you're comfortable with that. And Mandy and I have both spoken with her on the phone. We just don't have her signature.
So you do have,
Well, we gotta have her signature, because I mean, her kid could be sending this to you.
well, yeah, but if you've talked to her on the phone,
Mandy and I've talked to her on the phone, but she has not worked this school year, so,
Well,
we can find out when her procedures are, and when she'll be back home, and try and drive up and get a signature if you want to wait.
well, I mean, you could do it, it can happen two ways. She's not fulfilling her contract, so,
That is correct. Her FMLA ran out November 1st, and so she had to return or resign at that point.
so, I mean, I don't wanna affect her retirement or anything.
Yeah.
But we can terminate that contract because it's already passed,
Correct.
so. That's what I'd do,
how do you?
instead of having to chase a signature or anything.
Yeah. And we can continue to get that so we have it in our files.
So right now, it's under a consent agenda to accept the retirement, is how it is presented to the board.
Is that part of the consent agenda?
Yes, it is part of the consent agenda to accept the retirement of said
What is
teacher.
the cleanest way to do that?
Yeah, I'm like, what do you recommend here?
To accept the retirement where it wouldn't be part of our board packet in this way.
Have to.
Yes,
And then,
that's the recommendation.
and we can keep working with her to get this page signed.
So,
We can accept the resignation and then wait on the signature. But if we do not get the signature, then we just terminate the contract.
Correct.
okay, gotcha.
Is there a motion?
I make a motion, we accept the consent agenda.
Yep.
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed 7-0. Thank you. All right, superintendent report.
Yes. Scott Beardsley is here with us tonight for a bond update, and that information is in the supporting documents packet. There are two different ones that we are considering
Is this
tonight.
different than what we have emailed to us?
No, this is the same thing that I emailed to you.
Thank you.
Yes.
What I'd like to do, with your permission, I know you kind of have a full agenda, so I will move through this quickly, but I want to just lay some groundwork or some terminology that came up on a superintendent call within the last 30 days, and so it may come up in some of your board training that you attend. All of the refinancings and all of the bonded debt that the school district currently has are tax exempt. And when I use that term and I'm talking to the school board, I mean that the investor, whether it's the retiree or the bank, when they receive the interest payment from the school district, it is exempt on their part from federal taxes, and if they're an Arkansas resident, from Arkansas taxes. So the school district has the ability to issue tax-exempt debt, and that ability allows you to issue bonds at a lower rate of interest because the investor is willing to take a lower rate of interest because they do not pay taxes on it. So I just want to pause there for a second and say, does anybody have any questions?
Is there a cap?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Really?
I mean, you can't, I mean, it would be treated, I'll let Jay answer that because that's a CPA question. From the school's perspective,
No, if
there is
I had-
no cap on how much tax-exempt interest you can issue as long as you're complying with all the other payback rules. But about your personal, I'll let Jay or
But if I
somebody else.
win the lottery and you post some bonds.
Tax advice.
Hold on a second. No, I'm not asking for tax advice. What I'm saying is, if I come to you and I say, Scott, I got 350 million that I want to buy in tax bonds. And you say, okay, I can fix you right up here. Those tax exempt payments to me are tax,
That is my understanding.
man, no wonder the rich stay rich.
But you would be willing to take a lower rate of interest. It's just straight math.
Well, yeah.
If you're at a 30% tax bracket. So the reason that I bring that up is that there are a few school districts that are looking at issuing taxable debt. And you might say, well, why would you want to borrow money at a higher rate of interest than the school normally would? And the reason for that is these school districts have bonds that cannot be called back from the investor at today's date. And so if the call date is in, say, the year 2022 or the year 23 or 24, some date in the future, the only way that you can refinance that debt is at a taxable rate. And so you actually put the money into an escrow account, and it earns interest until you get to the call date, and then you pay off the debt. That mathematically does not work for 99% of the schools out there, because you're going to pay 3%, let's say, on the new bond, but you're only going to make 1% or less at the bank. So you have what's called negative arbitrage until you get to the call date. There are a few exceptions for school districts that have large bond issues, 50, 75, $100 million, that math works for them because rates are really low. So I think your superintendent was on the call where a superintendent mentioned, hey, we're thinking about doing a taxable, and being Johnny on the spot, she called me within an hour and said, is there any advantage for Gravette to look at what this other school district is doing? And the answer is no. So if it comes up at a conference that you're attending, we've reviewed your existing debt and where rates are today, there is no advantage to Gravette School District to consider a taxable refinancing.
So who are the districts that are considering doing that?
Conway has one that potentially would work. That is the only one. I've probably looked at 30 to 40 since we talked on the phone, and we work with a little over half the schools in the state. So it's a very small fraction, and they're primarily large bond issues that are, like I said, 25, 50, $100 million. They're callable in, say, 22, and they can have negative arbitrage till then, and it still means that they'll save money. But the math doesn't work for Gravette. All right? And as far as refinancing go, y'all have done all the good ones. And so you've got your debt is at a great low rate of interest. There are two bond issues that are outstanding that we are now to the call date where you can restructure them as tax-exempt debt without penalty. There's not great savings. They're small bond issues. They're like $1.5 million. You can refinance it and save $100,000 or $150,000. So it's to your benefit, but they're not big savings. So what I would like you to do is walk through one of them and show you how the savings are calculated, and then the math would apply the same as the second one. If you're interested, we'd be glad to proceed with that. If you decide you don't want to, I don't think it's a big deal financially for you one way or the other, not like Dennis's last $1 million free money. So the one I would like to take you through is the bond issue it was issued January 1st of 2013, and it has the letter B behind it, because there are,
That's the second one in your packet.
okay. Wasn't sure which order they were in your packet, so I apologize.
Second one in
I'm gonna do
the
the
first
second one.
packet or second packet?
The supplementary packet, the additional,
So it would be $1,530,000 worth of
it's a
refunding
page that
bonds.
looks like this, but has B.
And where rates are today, you would save $175,646 compared to what you're obligated to pay today. So if you look at the far right column that is entitled Savings, you would save $67,271 in the current school year, $59,400 next school year, and then nothing for the rest of the life. I mean, it's marginal. And when you add that up, it's $175,000. The question has come up before, well, what kind of fees are we paying? You know, are we really coming out ahead of that? And I thought what I would do is, you have the application to the Department of Education that is in there, and they asked the same question, and I thought we would just go over what the savings are, what the fees are, and make sure that the board understands their option. So there's the motion sheet, and then there's the application. The 5th page of the application is entitled Breakdown of Estimated Cost of Each Project. So I'll give you a second to flip back to that. So this is the information the Department of Education reviews whenever we submit an application. They want to know, first of all, what are you refunding and how much is outstanding? So the largest part of the bond issue is going to pay off the January 2013 B issue, and there is $1,450,000 worth of principal outstanding. The June 1st interest payment is $19,175, and the trustee will charge $2,000 for their part of paying off the bond issue. So that's a total of $1,471,175.
Okay, Scott, I reversed them in the packet.
Okay, yeah,
So the app,
I'm sorry.
I reversed the applications. So now you need to go back and look at the application that was behind the first chart.
gotcha. I was gonna
And
say,
Maribel's covering for me because I normally print it out and bring it in packets, and last time I was here, y'all had a big screen, and I didn't pass it out, and now you've changed your format, so I apologize
fine.
that y'all are having to flip back through it.
It's my apology, Scott. I just reversed them.
All right? So are we at, okay, estimated cost, so $1,471,175. The next largest fee is the underwriter discount, which is $30,600. That's 2%, and that is the maximum profit that the winning bidder can take in selling your bonds. If you remember in the past that that's the maximum, they may choose to make less than that because it makes their bid more attractive. So if Ms. Finley and I both bid 3%, but I say I'm willing to do it for $20,000, and she says she's willing to do it for $30,600, mathematically, we're going to choose my bid. And so while that's the maximum, you may pay less than that, but we start at basically 2%. The other cost is our fee, and out of that, we pay the bond counsel. And the total of that is $24,120. And typically on this size bond issue, the legal is going to be $6,000 to $8,000, which we would pay out of that $24,000. And so the net part of that would be what our firm would keep. And then the rounding is $4,105. The district gets to keep the rounding, but all bonds are sold in $5,000 increments. So once all the fees are finalized, whatever's left as rounding comes back to the district. And so when we were looking at the savings schedule and saying that the district is going to save $175,000, that is net of all the fees. So the total amount the district would save is $230,366. And so the difference between the $230,000 and the $175,000 are the two fees that are listed on that page. $30,600 is 1.5% of the savings. $24,000 is 1.24% of it. The district is saving 9%. The total amount that the district would save is $11,000, 11% before the fees are paid. So I hope that's not too confusing, but I wanted to go through where does the money go when we refinance, who gets paid, how is it divided amongst the other people, what is the net benefit to the district. So I'll pause there because there may be questions.
I don't have a question, but I will say I appreciate this. I think we've had similar discussions about this over the last several years, and my memories is not that great, but this, I think, is the clearest information we have gotten on how all this stuff is broken down.
I'm slow, but I thought this time I'm going to put it all out. And it's in the packet, and I think sometimes when somebody asks me a question during the meeting, I forget that, and then I'm up here trying to calculate it and get frustrated. So I thought, I know it's in the packet, I'll calculate it out, and let's walk through it. So that way, if people have questions, I'm not answering off the cuff.
Well, and what's great about it too is I'm the cookies on the bottom shelf kind of girl. And so reading through all of this is probably very easy for Jay to decipher. This is very simple for me to read, which makes it also very simple whenever one of our, taxpayers or someone asks us in the district to explain it or to understand it, or here you go,
The next basketball game, somebody said,
so that's very helpful. I mean, doesn't mean they may still question things, but I really like this.
good.
Thank you.
I will try to make that a habit of making sure the breakdown's in there so that you have that in advance. I'll try to highlight it next time so you can see it before you come to the meetings and have questions.
Now, the question that you're not going to like
That's okay.
is this, when it comes down to the fees, and I seem to remember that this, I think Jay has had this question before as far as those are really not very much negotiable, are they?
They're not, and here's why. We work for, I think, 55% of the school districts in the state. We charge everybody the same based on the principal. I filed the contract that's attached here with the Department of Education, and it is available for the public. You don't even have to FOI it. They print it out every year, every school district, what the FA fee is, and so we just charge the same for every school district based on the amount of money that they borrow.
So that's really kind of something that you've done with the Department of Ed, not so much us.
Correct.
So we really weren't a part of that negotiation. Department of Ed's part of that negotiation. Do you all have any flexibility? Because people are going to ask these questions, which are reasonable questions to ask. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all their money. I know it's crazy, isn't it? Can you all negotiate outside of that if you wanted to?
So let me clarify two things. The Department of Ed does not negotiate. They are merely the repository of the information. They're required to check how much we charge the school district and report it each year in a format that's available for people to read. But they don't have a stance on what we charge. So they're not negotiating on your behalf or anybody else's behalf. They just document it as part of their responsibility. I would say we as a firm chose about 20 years ago to not negotiate with individual school districts because the P. Ridge superintendent is going to read the newspaper tomorrow. And if I say in here that I gave you 10% off, then at the next meeting, P. Ridge is going to ask for that, and then Bentonville's going to ask for it, and so on. So we just made the decision that here's what we're going to charge, and we have not negotiated for that. But we have also not increased our fee schedule in 16 years.
Okay, so, and there's only one other firm that does that, right, in the state of Arkansas?
There is only one other qualified firm, which is Stevens.
Right.
They work with about 45% of the school districts in the state. They do the same thing that we do. They go over to the Department of Ed, they print out what we charged everybody, and we basically charge the same thing. I would say the one difference that they have made a year and a half to 2 years ago, they now break the legal fee out because in some other states that's required and they wanted to be consistent in different markets, would be my understanding. But their contract has two lines, one that has their fee, one that has the legal. But their total amount the school district's going to pay is always within a very small variance of ours, because if they charged more, I would go visit the superintendent and say, hey, would you like to move to us? Just like if I did that, they would go. So we charge approximately the same for the same size bond issues.
So are the other companies that would want to do this have to go get approval from the Department of Ed?
There is
When you
no-
said something about like a certification or something a second.
There is no approval from the Department of Education. What has happened is that each state has its own laws related to school finance, and the amount of time it takes to keep up with those changes most large firms, like your national Raymond James and Wells Fargo and Goldman Sachs, do not think that schoolwork is profitable enough to keep up with, so they choose to not participate in this space. So there are only 2 firms that are local that will travel to school districts and do this type of work. The third company that the district used to work with about 15 years ago has exited the space, which was Morgan Keegan, which is now owned by Raymond James. So they might, if you called them, consider it, but you would be their only client, which is part of the reason you stopped using them, is because they were not very active in the space anymore.
I've got a few questions, Scott.
Sure.
Trying to tie out some of these numbers.
All right.
And for you and for Maribel, a little more than a couple of hours to look at it would be helpful. So I'm looking at the 2 debt service comparison.
All right, on the 13 or on the B?
Well, I'm looking at both of them.
Okay.
And then and I heard what Maribel said, that they got in there out of order. But then I'm also looking at the breakdown of estimated cost.
Okay.
I don't see where the numbers on the breakdown of estimated cost tie back to that debt service comparison. So what I'm trying to figure out is, are the 175,000 of savings on the B bonds and the 100,000 on the non-B, is that net of the fees or before fees?
So let's start with the one that's 175 and go to your breakdown of costs. That's the $1,530,000 bond issue. And so the $175,000 is net of all fees. The savings before the cost of issuance and the underwriter's discount is a little over $230,000.
Well, what I was looking at was that first number. That I'm just used to numbers tying out a little more cleanly. I see the 1,471,175, and I don't see that anywhere else.
Okay, because that is the total amount of principal and interest that is outstanding for the school district. If you go back to the savings comparison schedule and you go to the PV analysis summary, net to net, which is about 3/4 of the way down the page, and where it says net PV benefit, $1,530,000, refunding principal.
That's another page somewhere.
It's on the B. It's near the bottom of B.
Okay, the net present value benefit.
So we're talking about issuing $1,530,000 worth of new bonds to pay off the 113B bond issue. The total principal and interest that will be paid on the new is, the first column is $1,779,000.
Yeah, how does that equate to the 1,471,175?
That is the interest on $1,530,000 plus principal. That's the principal and interest. The $1,530,000 is the principal you're going to borrow.
Right now, we owe 19,175 in interest
Yeah.
on top of the principal debt.
Well, that's just your next interest payment that's due.
Yeah.
6/1/21.
So going back to that debt service comparison, the rightmost column that's labeled savings, is that net of fees or
That is
gross?
net of all fees.
Okay, but the whole table only refers to principal and interest, doesn't comment on fees.
Because you're borrowing the cost of issuance. that's why if you look at, on the breakdown, the cost of issuance are included in the 1,530,000 because you're going to finance those in.
Okay.
So they're embedded into the new principal and interest you're going to pay over the next 21 years.
Okay. So what reason would there be to not do this?
The only reason to not do it, or there's two reasons. One is if you believe interest rates are going to go lower, because it will be greater savings. Or the second reason is the district has a reason to go back to the voters in the next 3 years and ask to extend the millage, and you would want the ability to restructure this debt and extend it. I think from my discussions with the administration on number 2, that's fairly low. And my guess, but it's only my somewhat educated guess, is rates aren't going lower. But I said that to you 2 years ago, and I was wrong. So it is only an educated guess. But those are the only two reasons to not move forward that I'm aware of.
Different circumstances now.
And this is kind of a follow-up on what Hope was asking. I'm looking at this supplemental financial advisory agreement for debt issuance. And it refers to, we had a 3-year agreement dated May 5th of 17. So we haven't renewed that.
We have not reviewed it. In 20, it rolled over. But if y'all wanted to terminate at any time at any cause, I would just allow you to send me an email to that effect.
Okay, because this now says a 24-month deal.
Only on this transaction. If you decide to proceed with this transaction and the market gets away from us and we don't do it, if you want to refinance this in the next 24 months, then you would need to work with me. And on anything not related to that, you're free. And if you, I'll just say here now since we're recording it, if you decide to not use us for this, I will release you from everything with a simple email.
Okay, well, the other question I'm getting at, which I think is what Hope was asking, so then when we go to the Exhibit A fee schedule, so these two deals that we're looking at are between $1 million and $2 million, right?
Correct. And so I've already broken it down for you. It's $24,120 on the first one, and then I can flip to the second one and give you the dollar amount as well.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the fee schedule and it says from 1 million to 2 million, it's 1.3007%. I don't know if that's something for Sean Connery, but.
I wish I was that clever, but no, it just is how the math worked out.
So my question is, Stevens is pretty much the only other game in town. Do you know off the top of your head, are they at 1.3 or more or less?
When I have looked at it in the past, I'm going to use dollar amounts instead of percentage. We're $24,120. They're going to probably be no more than $200 more or less. We usually end up within a fraction of a percent of each other. But all of that's available at the Department of Ed. When y'all want to reevaluate, you can go back 5 years and they'll print every bond issue out for you.
Well, I think you've done a good job for us, so I'm not quibbling about that.
Oh, sure.
Just, we had talked about when the 3-year deal did come up, which, so it came up in May of last year, but you didn't ask us to re-up for another 3-year deal.
No, and I'm not going to throw Tracy under the bus, but he answered so emphatically when you asked that question last year. When he said it was at May of 21, I just nodded my head because that sounded right. And I never went back and looked until I was putting this together. And so it did just roll over. I thought that it was May of 21 as well, and that's why I will, with an email, I will release you of any and all obligation for any transactions. Y'all can put it back out for bid. You can go a different direction.
I'm shocked that you weren't more careful than that. You're usually all over these details,
Well,
Scott.
I should have done better. But Tracy was so strong, I just like, okay, he knows.
He makes stuff up all the time.
Does he? See, I'm going to have to be
Gotta
on.
watch out for him.
Did I do that?
Yes.
He remembers.
Well, you just said it
We
so
were in the
strong.
middle of a pandemic.
The beginning of the, yeah.
My thought is to go ahead and do this, but the only thing about this that gives me any pause, I'm with you. I never could have believed that interest rates would go this low, okay? But with all this printing of money, I'm trying to figure out what's going to happen. And when I look at Europe, don't they, in some cases, have negative interest rates?
Yes, and that's a misnomer. It's not actually negative, it just means it's zero and you don't get all your principal back. But there have been some economies pre-COVID, and I've not followed as much since COVID has hit, Germany being one, that on some of their national debt actually had zero or negative interest rates.
I got a degree in economics, but I just can't get my head wrapped around that.
I've now told you all I know about that subject. And I think that the board has thought about, doing something different. And I don't know that 30 days difference on this is going to make a huge difference. So if you want to take this under advisement, decide what you're going to do and put it on your February agenda, that's fine with me too. There's not a huge amount of savings, like I said, either way. And if you want to do something different, I would encourage you probably to wait on this, and then they can do it for you and kind of be in the trenches.
We're not big bad Bentonville, but $275,000 is worth going after from my
Well,
perspective.
Dennis set the bar so high with his presentation. I mean, trying to compete with that 900,000, it doesn't sound near as good.
Money saved is money saved, and that's always good.
I make a motion to submit an application for permit to issue bonds with related documents for the $1,530,000 in refunding bonds to the State Department of Education and to employ First Security Beardsley as fiscal agent and to authorize the superintendent of schools to accept or reject the best bid submitted in connection with the public sale of proposed bonds consultation with the fiscal agent.
Second, you want to do both of them in the same motion?
Yeah, the $1,530,000.
I'm afraid you have to vote on them separate. It's kind of the way Department of Ed works. They like them to stand alone. Sorry.
That's friggin'
Where's the
government.
other one?
All right, any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0.
Make a motion to submit application for a permit to issue bonds with related documents for $1,285,000 in refunding bonds to the State Department of Education and to employ First Security Beardsley as fiscal agent and to authorize the superintendent of schools to accept or reject the best bid submitted in connection with public sale of the proposed bonds in consultation with the fiscal agent.
Second.
All right, any further discussion?
One question, I didn't remember, but it says Cruz and Associates? That entity's been around for 3 years or more?
Cruz & Associate is our parent company. That's who we've been with for 16 years, and they're owned by First Security Bank. The DBA we use in working with Arkansas schools is First Security Beardsley, so that's the name you're more used to hearing.
I remembered, I didn't remember Cruz.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed 7-0.
All right, I have one more short thing just to keep you in the loop that's going to be on the February agenda. And that is you have to follow this old part of the Arkansas Constitution. It says you have to have an annual election, whether you have any change in your millage or not. And you have to adopt a proposed budget, even though you're not bound for that budget. And so next month, Dennis will present to you the 22-23 proposed budget of expenditures and what will be on the ballot. And so we've already drafted a version of that and sent for the school to review, and it's for a no millage increase. And there was actually a proposal introduced in the House to do away with that constitutional amendment, but it would have to go to the voters in 2022. And so for this year, you still have to follow that requirement, even though the budget is not binding and the results of the election are not binding. If for some reason the school district's millage is defeated in May, then you revert to the previously approved millage. So it was approved in 2020, so it's absolutely no change for you. But that will be coming next month, just when you see that odd item, particularly for some of our newer board members, it's just a constitutional requirement. So for the legislature to do away with it will require a constitutional amendment. And I don't know, when it's all said and done, the legislature will agree that that's one of their 3 amendments, but it has been, the bill has been introduced. I need 2 signatures from the president and secretary. I can wait till the end of the meeting, or I can,
Get that right now, Scott. Thank you.
Yeah, you're gonna wait, make him wait for the whole,
y'all might be talking about some good stuff later.
It could get,
he gonna get home early.
you never know.
No, he is.
Oh, he is.
We're screwed.
So we're gonna do
That's not a
contract
quick drive.
because they require.
Do it too many times.
Well, I'm just saying, he's gonna get home a lot earlier than if we stick around. Yeah.
Here. You're done after that one?
Woohoo.
Try to make it easy.
Thank you, sir.
How many hours am I supposed to have?
I think you're good.
Per each time.
I think everybody's
Do
good.
One application because
I
the
was a little-
department requires an
I was a
original.
little afraid because it was all about school
Our
board. I was like,
original
ooh, somebody must be in trouble.
issue.
Like, who doesn't have?
And Amy, who is my counterpart over
Oh,
here,
yeah.
78,
Online.
she actually licks her
Yeah.
finger and rubs it across
Cause them two that
to
we
make
did
sure I
here,
don't cheat and give her a photo.
I wouldn't have did them normally.
Slipping, Scott.
I am.
All right. Thank you, Scott.
I knew you would win, Jeremy.
Oh, we're in for another year now. I didn't think I made that kind of impression on you, Scott. Sorry about
You
that.
speak, you're like E.F. Hutton, I just went with it.
Lord help us.
Thanks.
Like I was a jerk or something.
So in January of each year, the superintendent is required to make a report to the public regarding the school board members' continuing education hours. And so I'm happy to report that all of our board members have met their training hours for this year. And most of you already have enough credits for next year and the year after if you need to. Our board is so great about participating in all of those. You have your private documentation of hours. That's why your name was on the front of your additional, in the extra packet that you got. So you have your personal log of the hours that you have gotten, and then you also have a summary for all of the board members. Your colleagues do not have your personal information, just so you know. So thank you all for taking care of that and making sure you're good to go.
So I have a question on that for everybody else. This says I had 0 in 2019. Anybody else have any hours in 2019?
I got hours.
I got
But I didn't have any hours in 2017.
hours.
I got one.
Can't imagine I missed every single
I got
training
18.
opportunity.
Nope.
Entire year.
Well,
I think
okay,
I
and I'm
got
glad
7
you
board
add,
members that year.
I'm glad you mentioned that too, Jay. If you attend an ASBA board training, those hours are automatically logged and compiled for Tammy. If you attend one through the co-op, ASBA doesn't always know about it. They offer 2 separate ones. And so if she knew and had record of that you attended a co-op one, I think she hand wrote that on your report. So it's possible that you did attend some in 2019, but they were through the co-op and not ASBA.
So the
And she
co-op
can
has
add that.
record of that?
I'm sorry, say that again?
So the co-op would have a record of that?
Yes, they would.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
I like the carryovers.
Me too.
The next item on our agenda has to do with the annual school board election. We do have a school board election coming up in May, and Heather Finley and Hope Duke's positions are up for election in May. And so you have information about candidate filing in your packet. I also have additional packets if there's anybody listening or if you know of anybody in the community that mentions to you that they are interested in running. I have that candidate information packet for them that they can complete and turn in. Or if there's anybody listening and has an interest and you just want to come and visit with me or visit with one of our other board members about service on the school board, we'd be happy to visit with you.
Y'all running again?
Planning on it,
Huh?
planning on it.
Yes, the plan
Cool.
as well.
Who's up the next year?
I think it's
Well, I don't
me.
have that information.
Say, that's me.
Oh,
And then,
then me, yeah. 'Cause this is my
But-
4th year.
Oh, I thought it was me.
yes.
Oh, no.
How about I get that information for you and put that in my next report?
I just don't forget to do your financial, your statements of financial interest too.
Yep. I think you're right. According to this count.
The next item on our agenda, I will ask our principals to come in and join us. They can spread out behind me, 6 feet apart.
Yeah.
Tonight, we're going to talk about our district goal, that district policies and school rules will be enforced 100% of the time during the 2020-2021 school year. I had a great conversation with Hope about some of the reports that we are doing, and I want to make sure and share that information with all of you. We have district goals that deal with student achievement, discipline, and customer service. We also are continuing to really look at our standards-based grading practices. And so back in July, we looked at the calendar for the year to make sure that in almost every board meeting, we were hitting one of those in a cyclical way. And so we have student achievement that we do in October, February, and June. And so all of our district goals and standards-based grading will continue to come and visit with you about. Those are our priorities. Those are our targets. But it doesn't mean that we have to limit those conversations to those months. So if there is anything that you hear tonight that you want to talk about next month, that you want follow-up reports on, that you want to have a further work session on, please know that these are our priorities. These are the things that are most important to you. These are the things that are most important to us. And so we are giving formal reports from time to time, but our conversations will never be finished. Those are ongoing dialogue kinds of conversations. So in your original packet, you have information on the discipline report. If you look at the first chart, which is frequency of referrals, I discovered why there is such a large discrepancy in the column with number of students with 0 to 2 office referrals. The reason there is such a big discrepancy is because Nikki and Shannon followed my directions exactly and wrote down the number of students with 0 to 2 referrals. So they included in their number students that didn't have any referrals at all. Whereas Mandy and Kelly filled out the chart like I should have labeled it, because it would have been much more helpful to you to know how many students had 1 to 2 referrals instead of 0 to 2. So 2 of them filled it out like I wrote it, and 2 of them filled it out like I should have written it. And so that's why there's such a discrepancy in that chart. And so you have information on these charts about the frequency of referrals, the types of referrals. We have also given you several pages of eSchool discipline summary reports. We have given you some information about the discipline teacher survey data. We did only have 29 responses, which is a very small sample size. I'm not sure why we didn't have more responses, but those are the responses that we had. And even though the response size was small, the responses that we got, the feedback that we got is still very helpful to us in moving forward, because chances are if one person had these questions or feelings or thoughts, and there are others that do as well. We included for you information about how our schools respond to inappropriate behaviors, how our schools prevent inappropriate behaviors, and some student profiles, so you could learn a little bit more about students that, the types of students that have very frequent visits to the office. Also, in one of your questions to me after reviewing the packet was, what does damage and destruction look like? What does that entail? So in the additional supporting documents, there is a page that gives you a visual of what that looks like. And so now I will step back, and if you have questions for me or our administrators, we're happy to answer.
I'd like to go back to that first question that I had. Maybe Mandy's kids are a bunch of angels that said there was only 10 of those, but for Shannon and Nikki, what's your comparative? Because you guys reported 353 and 563.
Mine would be 433 if I would have done it 0 to 2. Mine was 10 with 1 to 2.
Yeah, I think 1 to 2 is more relevant, because if it's 0, so that's what I was just trying to compare between the different schools and between the years. So, Nikki, if you take out your zeros, what's that drive your 353 down to?
I would say that we have maybe, it's pretty much exactly what they have. I mean, we're talking very much the same. Again, I'd have to go back and run those numbers a little bit better, but I think I only had, a few frequent flyers, and then most of the kids, 1 or 2, and you really don't see them again. I would say 20 at the most. I mean, at the most, that had been in for some reason.
I think mine should be 56, because if I remember, like when I ran the 0, I think it was 507. That's going strictly off what I vaguely remember. So more like 56 with 1 to 2.
Okay, and then my other question was, this is a crazy year, right? How do the numbers this year compare to last year?
Our discipline is way down compared to last year. And we've attributed that, our behavior action team has talked about that, but the teachers are with their students, their family, all day. We're not sharing children like we've done in the past. So I feel like the expectations are very well known. It's their teacher all day long. So there's not that wavering, if you will, between a math teacher, and then they transition for the afternoon to the reading teacher. And so are they pushing their limits a little bit because that's not their homeroom teacher? And so that was kind of what we were thinking this year, and the children are just so much more appreciative, I think, to be back. They miss school, and even after Christmas or after Thanksgiving break, they just want to be at school. And so those behaviors that are more of the escaping behaviors aren't coming out so much, because they appreciate being with us, I think, more.
Mine are down across the board, and I'm going to attribute probably 80% of that to an increase in electives in my building, because we're not having to force them into an art class or force them into a music appreciation class where they don't want to be. They actually got to choose where they want to be, so they're more engaged, and that's where so many of my discipline issues came from last year, were those electives that we forced them into.
Ours are down as well, and I just ran totals for the same time frame from last year. And we had 100 more excess of tardies last year, but I have 140-something kids that are on campus. So with that pulled out, we probably have 60 or 70 more occurrences.
social distancing is working.
They're taking it very seriously.
You know, the appreciation of being back on campus. And we still have about 130 kids that are online, so there's fewer students here. We have 4 lunches instead of 2, so there's less chance of conflict there. So I would say we're down 60 or 70 if I took out tardies. But we are down.
And I can get this number somewhere else, but how many kids do you have in your building?
420, I believe.
We're right about the 470 mark now. 463 as of today. That includes virtual enroll, like a total number for us. Total enrollment.
Well, that's fine.
Total enrollment, about 587.
I'm just, so I can do some figuring.
To what you were saying, Randy, I was thinking about that a little bit today. I've been reading some different books, and that was something that crossed my mind about the kids being in their classroom. I know that building has shifted some in what they have done in the past, and then to this, and I have heard some positive feedback from people about not having all the shifting going on, and thinking of some of these kids that have had such instability, having that consistency of that teacher. I mean, I see value also, particularly in the 5th grade, of a little bit of it because it prepares them for the middle school of that shifting. At least it did my kids as they came through having some of that shifting. But I think that merits continuing, because I think the more I had thought about some of that and read some of these different things, there's a lot, and I said this to Mary Bell, there's some things that we disagree about as a board and as a community on some things, but there's some things that I think there's a lot of things that we can find that we are on the same page on. And I think recognizing that there's some kids that have some significant issues that need that stability and that traveling, I think that that's been a good thing. And I know I've heard some teachers, and now I also understand that if you've got some hard kids, that is a hard day if you've got them all day. So, I mean, I know that there has to be some real thought in how to balance that for them, but I know they have specials and different things like that too. But I think that's been a really positive thing that I've seen come out of this. And it sounds like there's been some of that as well for you in the high school, in having some of that, I guess maybe the different lunches, having them spread out a little bit more or whatever. So I'll be curious to hear as you all come to the end of the year, maybe as we get to the end of this, what things that you're going to want to go ahead and keep from the things that, and it's interesting because some of them are things that were the norm a long time ago, and then that's how education does. That's not all my questions, but that was just a comment that whenever you said that, I thought that's something I've heard positively.
The other one that struck me as odd, Nikki, in this category of damage and destruction,
Yeah, is that
you got
accurate?
53, and everybody else combined has 7?
And unfortunately, that's about 3 kids. But we have kids for those particular students. But yes, it's about 2 or 3 different students, and it's every day happening about 3 to 4 times a day.
Now, is that stuff that hits Richard Carver's budget? Is that bad? Or,
We are, there's some things that we're not able to fix, that we, it's still there, but we eventually are getting there. We are putting in, but it's kind of one of those things right now, until we have an actual plan that it's set in stone, and it goes through, because it has to be approved. We kind of are in that situation of, do we fix it, while because more than likely it's gonna happen again, kind of thing.
so 3 kids, 50 incidents? Can't you escalate the response?
We have sent them home. We are trying to do, treatment for, TDT for a student. So there's a process in order to get in there. We've done shortened days for students. We're trying to slowly build them back up. Unfortunately, those 3 are kindergarten students, if you can believe it.
I was curious if they were
They
new
are
to
kindergarten
the program,
students,
or.
and so therefore, what we're seeing is that trauma is, they're more trauma-based, and so when they have not been, trained, they haven't been around us as much, this is what they're coming into us like, and we're having to do a lot of counseling, a lot of
Because it looks like a couple of these items are the little, whatever, the little shield things. So if they destroy their little shield thing, do they get a new one? Or do they live with the consequence of destroying their shield thing?
It's one of those things that, we would get them a new one in that sense because it is a safety issue. It depends on what it is. Several of those students are in our ALE program, so they do learn that if they destroy something, they don't get it. They have to work to get those things back. I mean, there's very much, the positive reinforcements, but there's also very much that they learn the steps of if you do this, like in order for them to do it, sometimes we have to get them out of there because when that happens, we have to get all of the class out of there. We can't allow that to happen. But most of the time, we try to have them go in and clean it back up if we can get them back in there and calm down before that happens. So that's a natural consequence.
So if you're having, what'd you say, 53 of these, how much time is being taken of that class?
That's quite a bit. But like I said, those students that are doing that are in our ALE program. Therefore, we do have teachers that are able to go down and grab those students, and have those students go down. We try now, because we've been tracking their data, to know kind of when it's going to escalate, different things like that. So we have planned in breaks that we can send them down to the ALE room to prevent that from happening. But sometimes they just happen. They have gotten less frequent, but again, that's just coming with the maturity and learning how to cope with those things.
So are they in the regular classroom the majority of the time?
Like I said, it kind of depends. They start out there, and then depending on what they need, so I would say these particular students, two of the students, one, we haven't had any issues, really since that happened. Two, one, we are trying to do the ALE, or not ALE, but trying to get to TBT, and that person stays in ALE most of the time, goes back and forth as needed, and then the other one right now is a shortened day, and most of the time is in the ALE room, and then once they can start showing that they can do better, they transition back into the regular ed classroom a little bit more.
So if I'm the teacher in that class, before it gets to that, but I can tell
Yeah.
it's coming.
That's our point, yeah.
So if they can see it's coming, can they get them out of there before that happens?
What they do is they try, that we have our walkies, and so they'll call over and they'll call our ALE teacher and say, I think you need to come down, and so we try to grab it before that happens.
So they have flexibility. It's not of, I've got to do this, jump through this hoop and this hoop and this hoop before I can address this situation. If they see it coming, because if they're with them all day,
Oh, yeah.
they can
And
go,
any
okay, this is,
student that we see, even our ALE, because right now we only have, I think we can have 12 ALE students, but any student that we know needs that sensory room, because we have purchased just a room that you can go kind of sit in, and it's kind of darker and has like music and different things like that, just to calm down. They can send them in there to do that. But, so they try to catch that before. So it doesn't just have to be our ALE students. They see several, but it's just they're not on their roster that they see continuously.
How many kids go to that a day?
We have 12 on the roster, but I would say there's probably only 5 that utilize it but they're in there quite a bit.
are you talking about the ALE room or the sensory?
The ALE. The sensory room, I would say, just as needed, it just kind of depends.
No, I mean,
The ALE room?
no,
Which one?
the other room.
The sensory room?
Yeah.
I would say they may use it, those 5 students may use it 1 to 2 times a day. Most of the time they're doing exactly what the regular ed student is doing. They're doing their work. It may be more one-on-one with that teacher or whatever. They do go to specials with them as long as they are able to.
Do other kids go to that room?
Like I said, if they can, if the teacher feels like they need to, but most of the time it's usually only those particular students that need it.
Is there a time limit with that, or are they allowed to stay as long?
We try to kind of watch, because we want them doing their work and stuff.
Right.
So we try to get them to talk and use their voice to say, hey, this is what I to know when we can bring them back out to actually get something finished. But we can also see it coming on too, where we can say, hey, let's take a little break, or let's take a walk, or whatever.
Right, right. I'm not referring to the ALE room. I'm talking the sensory room itself.
Yeah, the sensory room is in our ALE room.
Oh,
So
okay.
therefore you can kind of see.
Okay.
So, and like I said, it's open, so if they're in the ALE room, and they had to come down there because they were already in that spot, then they would probably go in there. Now, we do have another room that is where it's just, there's nothing in there, and some of those doors, that's where it was. And, there's this like a little window. When you have things being thrown at you and everything else, that's kind of where they have to go, and until you can see that they're physically calm, and then we try to take them in there to the sensory room, let them get decompressed, and then go from there. So, but I cannot brag enough about our ALE teacher and his para. I'm telling you, it takes a very special person to do that job, and they go above and beyond and are willing to do absolutely anything for those kids and every kid. So, and those teachers feel so appreciative, like they just love them, absolutely.
So how do these, when these things occur, these go into, how do you write these up? Because, I mean, I lived in the day of paper, so that's obviously not how y'all work anymore.
At the upper and the primary, we do PBIS, and so we use it as our reward system, but we also have a side that's the referral system. So there is major and minor referrals. So minor referrals are gonna be typically, just not paying attention, or just, speaking out, those kind of things that really would never come and see me. The major is the ones that are gonna come and see me, like the, damage, the fighting, those kind of things. But we use the PBIS, I think they use eSchool.
High school, we use eSchool. So within a teacher's gradebook, there is a discipline referral. And when they enter a discipline referral, that automatically shows up on Minor Tauss's screen, so we know to address it. And we can either escalate it to an incident or leave it at.
So we use it, we've recently transitioned to using Google Form. Teachers, we requested the teachers and myself, because it allows us to get more information on what the teacher has done beforehand to try to stop the behavior. Has a place for positive referrals. Also, it also auto-generates a letter home that I can type into with the consequences and that kind of thing to send to the parents.
So, do you all that are not using eSchool, how do these get entered into eSchool? Because don't they have to go into eSchool? They do. Lindsay gets an email. Once I put it in as a major referral, she gets the email, the teacher gets the email on what steps were taken, it's ISS, whatever it happens to be, and then Lindsay enters it into eSchool. We prefer to use the PBIS because it has a feature where the teachers can use their phones and do a quick one, and it's very I'm trying to think of all the tabs that it has on it, but it's where they're just hitting the check marks, where they can just get in there really quickly, what happened, what were the redirections.
Where it happened, what time of day, so you can start tracking.
Very much, yes, and then the reports that come from that are just amazing, because it does give us that opportunity to run it by a student and time of day, are we seeing, if it's after lunchtime, is there something that's happened, are they not eating, or whatever it happens to be, but the teachers can send that, and then we get an email. So if we're out in classrooms, working in a room or observing, doing those things, then we just get a ding like, hey, teacher's got a write-up. The thing about that is, we want them in the classroom as much as possible. If it's violent, of course, we're gonna get down there and help to eliminate that. But that way, I can come back from a classroom to the office. That student hasn't missed any instructional time, but I know that I've got to call down and say, I need to see your student as soon as it is a good time, because we do want to reinforce that, you're here to learn, get down here and let's get your consequence, and then you're going back to class, and if we have to move forward, we'll do more, but. So what is the flexibility as far as if I'm a teacher in my class and I have a kid who acts out, and, I mean, I honestly, my eyes are not very good, I had a hard time reading that little chart thingy, but is that a blanket thing? Okay, I mean, of course, I'm leading you to the answer, so I pretty much know what you're gonna say, but one of the things I feel like we have taken away from our teachers, whether it's in curriculum, whether it's in what we're teaching academic-wise, what we're doing with discipline, is we've taken everything away from them. As far as flexibility of this saying, this kid needs to go to the office. I don't care what this little thing says here. I need them out of they need to go to the office. One, can they do that? And two, that has to go through this form. How do these things enter? Because you said major things into eSchool. Is that all that it's supposed to be for? Or does eSchool have, because you had, I think both of you guys, your all's reports with this, they had parties and all that kind of stuff in eSchool, right? So you all don't have that at the elementary side?
No, we don't have that at the elementary side.
You don't have eSchool at the elementary side?
We have eSchool, we just don't have that option to run those reports that way.
Right, the reports that you got were just.
Okay, but they can enter those things, or no?
Yeah, we
Yes.
Yes, we do, because the state requires us.
So it's not just major things, it's
No.
all these different little things.
It could be any of those, and that's what we do at the beginning of the school year. The teachers come together, the building leadership team, and they create that consequence matrix. I don't know if you have that in yours, but the steps that they want to take as teachers before it comes to me. However, they always have a clause at the bottom. Teachers have the opportunity to escalate to the office head manager. And that way they do have that, because we don't want to take that autonomy away from them. I mean, if they need me, then that's what I need to be there for. So, and I reiterate that to my teachers all the time, like, if you have a student that needs written up, or you're continuing to see this, please write them up so that we can start to track that. We use the minor side of PBIS reports to keep that monitoring happening. We've got 2 students currently that the teachers provide on the minor side of things, so that we can take that to our action team and be having those conversations around what needs to happen for this child next.
So here's some of my thought process on, there's a couple of things that are going on. Number one that I'm thinking, is your PBIS stuff that y'all are doing down here, do they see it?
Well, they see the eSchools, they see their.
Okay, but a few minutes ago you said you're only putting major stuff in there. So if you're not putting relatively minor, because major, I'm gonna guess this is it, is what's going in, the really good stuff.
I mean, that's an easy thing to share over.
Well, and I think it's a fine line between, I had a guy years ago tell me, stay out of the teacher's line, it's the den of iniquity. That was the advice that one of my teachers gave me whenever I was doing teaching, and I thought it was really good advice, because you get a lot of preconceived notions about children before you have them. And so I thought that was good advice, but by the same token, I think it's important sometimes to know what you got coming. And I know you say sometimes these things, and I've seen that happen with kids, where some kids that were just terrors, and there have been kids before all of this that have been very difficult in Glen Duffy many years ago, that are not that way. People wouldn't even believe that this is the same kid.
Oh, you?
But that doesn't always happen. Yeah, that's right. But that doesn't always happen. And so if I'm assuming, and I don't know, but I'm guessing eSchool, there's several different purposes of it. And I have mixed emotions about all the tracking and the data and all that type of stuff, because you can do whatever you want with data. But I'm assuming part of the purpose of it is, one, for us to know what's going on, because that dates back, whatever, this type of stuff, you've been logging it for a long time, right? And so you can go back, and that was one of my questions I had for Mary Bell, is I'd like to see the progression over years, not just last year, but multiple years. Because I think that's important. You also can kind of have an average of what should we expect in our buildings as a general. But I would think also part of it is for them to see what's coming. Not to hang on, not to make it to where I understand that you can get a preconceived notion about a kid, but you also can't have a kid come in unawares either. And sometimes it helps to go back and be able to see, okay, this explains this. But if you come in flying blind, that's really unfair to your middle school and high school teachers. And so that's why I'm asking is, this system that you're using separately, and I have a couple of questions about it, but that's one, is that going to be wisely and with discernment? But I guess if you only enter some things in eSchool, you're given a distorted picture of things. And so it has to be consistent. If she's entering something, it's got to be consistent across the buildings, or it's not a fair representation of what's going on. So that's one thing. So to make that work, I don't know how that works, to make it work, but it needs to be apples to apples the best that it can. And it also needs to be something that allows, as they move forward, to be able to understand sometimes why things are happening. And if I'm pulling something up, I can't see it, that's a problem. The second thing that concerns me about it is, from what I have been reading and some of the research I've been doing, is out in the coast, some of this stuff's been going on for a while. And as it moves in the center, some of the complaints that I've been reading about or been documented with teachers and parents is concerns about what we're doing through some of these systems is we're trying real hard to get the suspensions and the expulsions down because it makes our numbers look better. We don't want to have a whole lot of them. So these problems are being kept and pushed into these classrooms and not coming out or not being documented. And so the states don't know it, the parents don't know it, and then all of a sudden you have some big traumatic things. It may not happen, and I know how some of this happens in your building, but it gets even greater in these other buildings. And that is something that's gone on in some of the other areas across our country. And it concerns me because I don't want to see that here. I don't want to see ever where we are trying to stifle. I mean, I don't like to expel. We all hate these expulsion hearings. But sometimes it has to happen. And I don't want to suspend kids, but sometimes it has to happen. Sometimes I'm here for grace and mercy. We need to figure this stuff out, but sometimes when we figure this stuff out, we have to do something different because there's 23 other kids in that class. And so my
I thought maybe somebody came in and vandalized.
no.
That's a kid in your building?
Just one?
Whoa.
We've had 3 that have,
But those were done by a single kindergarten.
All this was?
2, that was 2 different, two
Not,
different
but
kindergartens.
not at the same time.
But that's when I have 53
Child acting alone.
So my concern with some of this with what it feels like to me is inconsistent uses of how we're reporting stuff is, are we going to get an accurate picture? Is the state getting an accurate picture? And also making sure that we're all on the same page of if you all come in here and you tell me that I wasn't concerned, even with Shannon and them, now I thought, what on earth is going on that there's that big a disparity? But I wasn't sitting there going, oh my goodness, they must be doing a terrible job in their building. Okay, I'm just thinking, okay, give me something to look at to see what is the norms in these things moving, what should we be looking at? Has there been a 5 years that typical? I'm not looking at this going, how can I hammer somebody? That's not but I don't know how to help in these situations if we don't know for sure what's going on and if it's not consistent and we don't have that backstory to it. So that's where I would like to see a consistency across that, and also just making sure that it is being recorded, but I don't think that shows the whole picture. When I say I want to see that, it doesn't mean to me that I'm thinking, oh, well, there's so many infractions in a building, that must be a poor reflection of what's going on, or that building administrator or whatever in that building. But if we don't see those things, that's why the state wants them. If they don't see them, we don't know how to fix things. And so those are some of the concerns that I have, and I also, with these implementations of some of these programs, I see some concerning things about them, about the implementation of them in other areas across our country, and in areas things that we're seeing bubble up out of those areas I don't think are reflective of this community. So I love positive reinforcement. I think it is good, but I think it can be worn to death too. I think it becomes ineffective at times too, and I've seen it. That's all I ever get to use is positive reinforcement. So I think we've got to be careful that we balance those things, or we're going to find ourselves in the situation that other schools across our country have found them in. So I'm a little leery of some of this, but I think a lot of it is very good.
So,
Go ahead.
like this one, right here, either one of these. So what happened with that student?
Majority of the time, they're sent home.
This happens a lot?
53 times, but like, yeah.
53.
And we're halfway through the year.
Like that?
Do you ever use resource officer, and I don't mean in a punitive way, I just mean to help, because
He's over there a lot for these particular students.
And we're over there with her as well.
So these two that have done this 53 times, right? Okay. I mean, I don't know if I can ask this, or, are they in sped? Are they in, I mean, is there a deficiency there? It's just a disciplinary issue.
Well, isn't there one that,
There's a lot of trauma.
trauma?
So one of the things about trauma, I'm not defending this behavior at all, but one of the things we know about childhood trauma is that once that child is traumatized, and if they don't get help, which if they're in a family where this is happening over and over and over again, they don't move past that point in their maturity for that area. So these kids, if they were traumatized when it was appropriate for them, more age appropriate for them to be throwing fits and throwing themselves on the floor or whatever, if they were traumatized at that point and haven't gotten any help, that's why they're still at that point in kindergarten. So not trying to make excuses. I've got a book right here that I bought some extra copies, these are my personal copies if anybody wants to borrow them. It talks about that very thing, about why kids act, why do we have kids in middle school that still have accidents? Because they were traumatized at that age, at that point in their life, and they haven't gotten any help, so they can't move past that. So, and that's part of it.
And we as a school are doing everything we can to get them the help. We push the OGC, both these students are in OGC. We are pushing the family counseling and the different things along those lines. But at some points, our hands are tied.
When they go home to those environments where they're re-traumatized every night in some cases,
Okay,
6 or 8 hours of school doesn't.
okay, so that brings me, what you just said, to my next question. So if it's reoccurring trauma, and so, and I'm not saying no one does it, or no one hasn't done it, or whatever, but if there is that trauma, are we contacting DHS? Is DHS doing their part? They are doing their part?
We don't know. Once
We don't know.
contact DHS, they're not gonna call us back and say, this is
Well,
what we found.
but if you've contacted DHS, let's say last week, and this week it's happening, still doing it because of another traumatic episode or whatever, do they get contacted again?
In my case, yes, but these kids are 5 years old, they may not be able to tell Nikki or whoever that it's happening again at home. We're just seeing the outcome of it, we're not necessarily seeing the.
I'm just making sure we're doing our due diligence.
Oh, but there's another step there
Yeah.
that we need to make sure we're remembering, is if we're contacting DHS and we don't feel like that DHS is addressing those issues the way that we need to address them, then we need to be contacting our legislators.
Well, I would be wondering.
Because the legislators can make phone calls to the DHS head departments or whatever and advocate in that sense. They can't talk about these kids, they can't talk about those types of things, but they can say, hey, look, we're having some concern if those are being, maybe the budget areas, who knows, whatever the issues they may be having, but we're having some concern. Is there something that needs to be done? So we've got to make sure that we're advocating the next step up, and are we doing that? I mean, that's just something that's important to remember. I think sometimes we forget that it's not just that phone call to DHS that we can make, is we can go forward. And that's something that the board can do too, is advocating. They're in session right now. So if there are issues like that we feel like, whether it's DHS, they say to you, look, we just can't meet everybody's needs. Okay, then we need to, as a board, be advocating with our legislators to do something to help that. But we can't just go, well, we've made the phone call and the kids seem to be in trauma, we're not sure what happened. And I know that's not the attitude that I know you're all caring for them, I understand that. But we need to be working as a team to be moving forward, because my questions that I had were not disputing this issue. My questions were more the general population. I understand this is a different beast. I understand that. But if you have to let us know that, look, we're doing this and we're not seeing any movement going on. Then let us try to advocate if you all don't feel comfortable making those phone calls. I mean, that's their dadgum job, and they all got a paycheck this whole time through. We need to have them do those things for us too, and they may not know that there's an issue at DHS where they need help, and that gets the problem solved.
And I'm the same way. If you have a hunch that it's happening, so you contact, well, then you're gonna have a hunch if it's still happening. when that happens, contact Mary Bell, let us know. We'll call every one of them. Because that right there, that's a shooter, in my opinion, in high school, or a murderer in adult.
Wouldn't have to be high school if they could get a hold of a.
Well, I'm just saying,
in
that's
grade school,
a
like-
kindergarten kid, and
Yeah.
he wrecked, or he or she, I mean, that room is demolished.
Well, I just read about this.
But that's why the counseling is so important, because once we help them recognize their feelings and find their voice, then they find other ways to let us know they're hurting.
And I think that one of the things that we've all said is a behavioral specialist in our buildings would be absolutely tremendous, you
Well,
know?
and also, because we know that this all stems from home, none of this stems from what's going on at school. A social worker to go in and work with those families and say, let's find you some resources. Let's make sure you can get on our kids so your kids can get counseling. Let's, let me help you make sure your kids are fed. That kind of thing goes a long, long way to helping families get over this.
But not if you're stuck with the abuser, it's not gonna help you with anything. You could, you're stuck with the abuser. If the parent is the abuser, there's no amount of social work or a building specialist or anybody that's gonna solve it. It's gotta be somebody from the outside. It's
And-
gotta be DHS
and the
doing their
benefit is
job
that this-
and pulling the kid from the family if it's not. Just like I'm reading here on student number 24, who's at Gravette Middle School. The student was sexually abused by a family member as a young child. The student has been required to maintain contact with the abuser. That's inappropriate. If that's really happening. Yeah, but I mean, then that's why you tell us, and let's take it a step further. Let's go to the legislators, or let's go to somebody that's the manager of DHS and say, look, this kid is still in the home, or still having to have contact with his abuser. Are you kidding me?
Because that's why everyone gets a notification.
Right.
Of a sex offender in their vicinity.
Exactly.
That's
saying,
that's
that's where I'm saying, let us know, because I'm not opposed to calling DHS or getting a hold of Gayla or Jim or whoever and saying, I don't know who this student is and I don't even need to know, but somebody needs to look at DHS and find out why this child is still in the home.
And one of the things, and I don't know, I mean, a lot of these are the problems that are in some ways bigger than us, but I agree with all of that. The problem that we have is there's no foster homes for them to go to. And that is something I don't know if, I mean, I know that there are, obviously we all are familiar with the call. I don't know if there's something that we can do as a district to help encourage people to train to be foster parents. But that's the reality, is there's nowhere for these kids to go. And that doesn't mean that they should stay there.
Right.
But if we're going to say that these are the problems, then we also have to figure out how to come up with a solution to where these kids can go. And I don't know what the numbers are, but I know that we're way lopsided in the number of open homes and the number of kids that need them. And so, but these are the conversations that we need to be having so that we can advocate and we can start finding the solution. It can't just be talking about it here on a Monday night. It has to be going and doing something about it, in our personal lives and people say voting doesn't matter. It sure as heck does matter, because it makes differences even in situations like this. And so I think that's a larger conversation that we need to maybe have and see if we can even have, if there's some way that we can do some training along those lines so that maybe there's some more open homes in our area for these kids.
But like in the past, we've talked about this. This is a small number, though.
Oh, yes.
So the kids that are being turds just to be a turd, that's a different monster.
Yeah, and I can tell you there's like 26, maybe. I mean, it's low. I mean, yeah.
But this can ruin a teacher's day in a
I
heartbeat.
do have a question about this PBS rewards, and it says points, year-to-date, there's 103. So does that mean the person's got 103 good points or 103?
Good points.
Okay. And then the balance is 13, so that means
That means that we have a school store that the PTO comes
Okay.
in and purchases things, and once a week, sometimes, once every 2 weeks we go, and they get to spend their points. But yeah, they have to earn those points.
Okay. And this is the same thing with referrals. It says major referrals 23, minor 13, ISS, in-school suspension 5, and out-of-school 4. But that's all on that same,
That's all on that one student. yes.
gotcha. Okay. Just wanted to know how that worked.
Hope back to your question on the reporting piece of it, that using eSchool and the Google Forms and the PBIS. Part of our struggle, part of the reason that we moved away is the time factor. eSchool is so clunky and the reporting is not very good anyway, and it takes so much time. And I'm the only one entering those. And so it takes so much time to get through that process. So it's not user-friendly. It's not. at
And
all.
wait a sec, but a second ago, I don't know which one of y'all said it was in their grade, they can go to their grade book and report.
Yes, that's the
So-
teacher side of it. But then when it gets to the admin side, there's about 8 steps that I have to do just to get through a report.
But don't we have to do that? Aren't we supposed to do that?
The state requires reporting on certain offenses, not on every single offense.
So is this new? Because this has been around for a while, so I mean, that's not a conversation that we've heard before from our admin has been, it's just too much work to do it.
I'm
It's
not
too,
saying it's too much work, I'm saying that with everything else in the building, I have to prioritize what I do. And this Google form gives me more information and better information. And then I will put it in eSchool if it's one of the things that have to go. Talking about the data following the kids, the information that Mandy's teachers give us is fantastic, and it's outside of eSchool. I still refer to that probably on a weekly basis to look back and see the history of these kids. So it's not in eSchool, but it's fantastic information.
It's
So I don't
electronic
think that we're
something
neglecting
that you
those
said?
things, we're just doing it in a different
I'm not
manner.
concerned that people are neglecting them, but I am concerned with what I have seen, the shift in discipline throughout this country, that we are shifting away from discipline, and, I mean, we don't even want to say it anymore. People don't even want to say it in education. And I think that's unfortunate. I don't think it is, I don't think it's good for our kids. I don't think the evidence has shown it's not going to be good for our country. And so my concern is that we are moving away from discipline, and we are moving away from consequences because it's not politically correct. And that's my concern, and that's a lot of people's concern, and that we are strictly focusing on positive things. Now, I think positive is great. I think it can be helpful, but it also runs its course. It is, and I've seen it. I've seen it for a long time. And again, as I've said, that's all that I, most of the time, can use has been positive reinforcement in the areas that I work. And it is a struggle, and it's become more of a struggle, quite frankly, as schools have moved more and more and more to positive and not using not discipline as a tool anymore. And some of it's not of your own doing, because some of it is because of society. But as more we've done that, the positive reinforcement has got to either get bigger or greater or faster or stronger or whatever, because it doesn't light the kids' fire anymore. And you all know that. And so you're chasing something, when the reality is, and this is my next question, is, and I'd asked this earlier, I know that we have a mandatory or a rule on how much recess we have. Do we take away recess? And I don't mean take away whole recess, because I don't like that. I didn't like it, I didn't care when we had 3 recesses a day, but when we went to 1 recess a day, that was a pet peeve of mine, taking away the whole recess. But taking away 5 minutes of recess or taking 10 minutes of recess, because you don't spank, I know we have corporal punishment here, but we don't use it anymore. That's the reality. Has anyone used corporal punishment at all? No. So we don't use that anymore. Lower grades, you don't have any, you can send them home, but I'm assuming that's for very extreme things. I will lay this out here on the table. Miss Mitchell and I, when we were in 2nd grade, we kind of fought quite a little bit, did we not, Miss Shannon? And so our teachers, I was usually at recess one day, and she was in recess another day, and someone else was at recess, had to stay in another day, and then eventually they figured to separate us between other classes, the group of us girls. Okay, but it was a deterrent, because I didn't like staying in. Now, I understand, especially when we had 1 recess a day, and it was 20 minutes. But there's not much else you got out there. Do we use that anymore? Or is it just walk laps, or can you? Is it this, where are we on that? Because what else do you really have that gets at a kid? And sometimes you do. I deserve to stay in sometimes. Do we ever keep kids in from recess?
We do not keep kids in for recess. We choose not to as a building because they need that activity, and they are in their classrooms so much, and especially this year. We did get to have 3 recesses during the day. We had our morning recess before school because our fence was put in until COVID hit. And then we have our midday and our afternoon they also know that if you choose to break these expectations that have been taught to you all year long, then there's going to be consequences. And I think that the teachers have done a really good job of that overall.
So with that matrix, say I'm teaching third grade over there, and right before we go out to recess, a kid intentionally dumps everything out of their desk and just and I decide to say, okay, you're not going out to recess. You're gonna stay in here for the next 10 minutes, and you're gonna clean that up. That's fine. If I decide this kid has talked and talked and talked and talked and talked and talked and talked all day long, and they need a lesson in being quiet. I had a lot of those lessons from my dad, and they need a lesson in being quiet, and I decide, you're not gonna go out for recess for 10 minutes, you're gonna sit here and you're gonna be quiet, you're gonna practice being quiet for 10 minutes. Do these teachers, are they tied to this? Because that was one of the things that, as I read through some of this stuff on this PBIS stuff, that teachers' complaints were, we're tied to this, and we don't have any flexibility to be able to say, no, Tracy, you're gonna stay in here for 10 minutes because you couldn't stop talking.
Absolutely not. That autonomy is still there for those classroom teachers. As long as it doesn't become a consistent every single day, then we need to rethink what we're doing for that kid. Like, there needs to be something else happening. We need to figure out a different option for them. But, you know, if we're seeing that they're talk 3 minutes before recess every single day, then are we getting them up? Are we moving? Is there something in the lesson that we can do? There's things that we can look at too, that maybe children shouldn't be tied to their desk for 30 minutes straight. Their learning stops, so maybe we need a brain break. Is that something that would help? But no, absolutely not. I mean, they're in charge of their classroom. And I tell the students that every time I'm in visiting. I went over the bags that we were so fortunate to get, and they had questions about certain lessons and things that would happen during this virtual day. And I'm like, listen, you gotta take that. Your teacher's the boss of this classroom. And that's what I want the children to see, that they're in charge of that room. They have the authority in that classroom. So no, I would not take that away from them.
That's one of the major concerns I have as I've researched through some of this stuff, is it's not that I think there's some good things in several of the different things that have been used. A lot of it I don't think is anything new. But any of this stuff, you go to the extreme on discipline, you're too far one way. And if you go to the extreme on positive reinforcement, you're too far one way. But what particularly concerns me is a classroom teacher being able to have the flexibility to know this is what needs to happen. And if I write it up, or if I do whatever, that I'm gonna have that support, unless I've just lost my ever-loving mind, from my building principal, that this is what needs to be done. And that, I think that's one of the greatest things about Gravette, is we've had some very good teachers over many, many years who have had that ability. I've written my share of 500 sentences. I don't know if that's ever done anymore, but I'm gonna tell you what, you stop talking sometimes if you have to write 500 sentences. And I know in education world, they don't like that anymore. But I think your community sees that there are times for things like that still need to be utilized, and you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And there are many parts of this country that is throwing the disciplined baby out. And it doesn't need to be thrown out. It needs to be done well and done right. And done also with okay, now listen, this is why you did this. That loving thing that comes after the discipline. I believe in that too. So those are the real red flags that I have as some of these things are, as I read through some of these things. Those are my concerns, which I think conversation is important for us to have to make sure we're all on the same page on all of these things.
And state law does guarantee elementary students 40 minutes of recess every day. And so by law, they have to be provided that 40 minutes. So if they exceed 40 minutes between their 3 recesses, that's what gives them the cushion to do something different. And like Mandy said, if things happen every once in a while, like you purposefully spilled your crayons right before, well, you're gonna have to miss recess to pick these up and clean it back up, that's fine, that's not a problem. But a teacher couldn't say, hey, you're gonna miss a week of recess for this, and you're gonna stay with me without putting their license.
Well, I wouldn't want a teacher to,
for reasons.
I wouldn't want them to ever do that anyway. That's, I think, excessive unless, and even a full recess. But I do think that's something that maybe the state of Arkansas was well-intentioned in doing that. Again, swinging back from what the impact of was to where we're down to 30 minutes of non-instructional time and trying to fix that problem. But by taking that flexibility away, by saying, and I don't think that was their intent, but I think they probably have to point it out, is you realize that now that you've made it with these teachers, one of the few things that you can say to a kid, because 5 minutes, as you guys all know, for a kid standing on the wall or having to sit in the classroom while everyone goes out, that's an eternity to them, and it's really not much time at all, but it can get the job done. But our legislators may not understand the impact of saying exactly the way that they said it gives us no freedom to be able to use one of the few tools that we have in discipline within our classrooms that motivate these kids. So I know I'm going to be pointing that out. I don't know, make one bit of a difference because I hear they have a whole lot of laws that their bills are introducing, but I think that that's a tool the teachers, doesn't mean they have to use it, but to be able to have that option, I think is an important option for them to have. But thank you for that clarification.
I do have one more quick question for whoever can answer it. If you do a DHS referral, and do you know who the person is who comes out? I mean, do you know it's hi, I'm Robin, and I'm from, do you?
They check in with us at our building.
If they come
To our building, yes.
Okay.
We ask for your badge, we make a copy
Right.
of the badge.
A lot of times when you call and make a report, they'll tell you, yes, that qualifies for us to go out or whatever to check into it, or no, that doesn't qualify and stuff like that, so.
Yeah, and even if it does qualify, doesn't necessarily mean we'll ever know another word. We'll
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I understand that. I understand keeping that, but I just read that, it just breaks my heart for that little kid, because you know he's still in the home with people who are making him be around somebody who abused him. Yeah. So DHS needs to be
There's something wrong.
overhauled or.
Another area where I wish we had more support is with attendance, because there are, attendance laws and policies, and we file with the courts when students have.
Is that offends when they?
attendance. Yes, we file with the court, and we also hotline for educational neglect. It is, attendance is not accepted as educational neglect. They won't take hotline calls for attendance, and the courts are so backed up, and even more so with attendance since the pandemic, that we really don't have help at all enforcing school attendance.
So here's I guess my question I would have on that is, I'll see kids, now it's really hard this year, right, to know, but it used to, before pandemic world, years ago, whenever I would see a kid, and when Mitchell was still here, and I would see a kid, I knew that kid was supposed to be in school. So I'd call up there to the office and say, hey, I saw, I don't know, didn't know who it was, I saw this kid walking. And, they would tell the resource officer, whoever was at the time, and go. But I find it very difficult now to know, again, not taking this time frame, but I think communication from us to our community of letting them know, again, pandemic makes it different, what's going on with that. Because I have been at times going, I don't even know, are these kids supposed to be out? Are they not supposed to be out? I mean, especially with the movement in the buildings, I think that would be, at least help a little bit, because I'll turn a kid in if I know that they're supposed to be.
I'll give you an example. I was going to district office or something one day. Anyway, I see a kid on a bicycle. So I called the SRO and I said, hey, I don't know who he is, but can you just go check with him and make sure? And it was one of our virtual students that had come for football, and he was riding his bike back home. And so, yes.
It's harder
If
this
we
year.
see a kid out running around in the middle of the day, if we don't know, we're going to check.
Well, I'm saying, we can help with that, although trying to get a hold of y'all, the pushing the buttons to get to a building, it's kind of a pain, so you lose the motivation in doing that. But, I think the community would help if they're a little bit more aware in a normal year, or even if you want to as to now, I guess we can. I just assume, okay, they must be virtual, is how I'm processing it a lot of time.
I was just saying, it could be like Sue Wood, who used to work at the bank, and if she saw you doing something bad, she'd just open the bank door and go, you better get home before I call your dad. I never made it home before she called
I
back.
had one kid in Sulphur that said, ain't you supposed to be in school? No, it's Mr. Wilbur's birthday, so we all got off.
Oh, gosh. Well, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's funny.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
If you have follow-up questions from tonight after you review the report,
So on the discipline list there, like this is yours, high school, it's got 11-3 and then it goes to 9-21. So is that a breakdown of, so like this student did, this is one student, this is another student, this is a,
Every line is a different, yes.
but I'm saying, so,
It's just not in date order.
yeah.
It's not in date order. I think it's in alphabetical order.
Yeah, because it does jump.
So if you see one that goes 9-24, 10-28, 11-05, 11-16, 11-17, 11-19, 11-30, then it starts at 11-09. So that one from 9-24 to 11-30 is one student.
Could be.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that number 104 stand for the school?
It could be, unless like those last two numbers happen to be a different kiddo. You know, the first four could have been one student, and the last two could be a different student. But it could be all one.
And probably within that student, so like on her page, all the excessive tardies, it's clumping the same code together. Does that make sense? For that one
That
student?
104.
Yeah.
Yeah, so so are you on the high school?
Yeah, that
Yes.
first page.
So, okay, so it says 11-3 tardy.
Yes.
Okay, then 11, or 9-21, that's a tardy. That's a different student, right?
Should be, yes. And then the
And then-
922 is probably another, it could be the same or a different. When the report was ran and it didn't, when we hid columns so you wouldn't have student identifiers, there were darker lines like around a student, so almost they were within a block.
Yeah.
So,
It kind of throws it off.
yeah,
That
when we
makes
hid
sense.
cells, it messed that up. But if you want, I can go back and put a bolder block around per student, and maybe like student 1, student 2.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to wrap my brain around, you know, at the first of the year, you shouldn't have a whole bunch of tardies. Everybody's excited, usually excited to be at school. So there'd be a long block there of whatever. And then as you get closer to the end of the semester, to me, you'd have excessive tardies then, or especially this spring, when it's time for fishing. And
First hour, trying to think, probably October or sometime mid-year in the 19-20 school year. There wasn't a lot of consistency first hour tardies, so Mr. Jones took that off the teacher's plate, and so we sit out here every morning and issue tardy slips as students come in. So, I mean, yeah, you'll have kids.
You're giving the actual feeling of a boss sitting down there writing down that they're late to work, doing that. I like it.
yeah,
Do you record the tardies the rest of the day as well?
19, 220.
So-
Our first hour's the
Oh, I
worst.
thought-
Right, I just wondered. So these are reflective of probably predominantly first hour, but a few scattered here and there.
Occasional one here and there, yes.
I'm almost reluctant to ask, but are we going to talk about standards-based grading tonight also?
Yes. That's the next item on the agenda.
Thank you all.
Thank you, guys, ladies.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, so the standards-based grading report is in your additional supporting documents. And I'll talk through with you what's in the report. And then if you want to, you can look through it. You can ask some questions tonight, or you can also email me some questions and we can get you more information. The first page, I really like this graphic about the difference between traditional and standards-based grading, so I included that for you, and some standards-based grading research. Also, 5 classroom advantages to standards-based grading, and some information about why standards-based grading is beneficial for parents. And then at the bottom of that page, where it says page 2, you'll see the contents of this report. And so pages A through H are sample report cards for you to see what those look like. And then page I is the parent letter that accompanies the report cards. So you can see, this letter was Mandy's, but Nikki sends home the same letter with her report cards that help explain the report cards to parents and give them more information. After the last report cards went out, you can see in that parent letter at the bottom, Mandy and Nikki both gave parents a link to a parent survey so we could get more information from them about their feelings about standards-based grading. And similar to the response we got from teachers on discipline, there wasn't a lot of response from parents about standards-based grading. And Mandy and Nikki even asked a few parents, hey, did you fill out the form? And the responses they got were, no, but we didn't fill it out because we didn't have questions. Do you want us to go in and fill it out? So I don't know if parents didn't see it, didn't have the time, or didn't have questions. But you can see on the next page the responses that we got from parents about standards-based grading and standards-based report cards. The survey wasn't a multiple choice kind of survey, it was short answer, and so those are the comments that they got back. And then in the next page, you can see how we support parents who have questions or concerns associated with standards-based grading. Teachers and principals really work hard to answer parents' questions when they have parents, to monitor social media around report card time and progress report time, to see what questions parents have. Sometimes they'll post questions to social media instead of contacting the teacher or the principal, so they try to monitor for that. Also, and I'll let Mandy or Nikki tell you a little bit more about it, but students have data binders, and I am going to pass this one around, but it does have a student's name on it because it's a student's personal data notebook, and so there wasn't a way to redact their entire notebook, so just know that that there's personal information in this. But students take their data notebooks home to review with their parents, and the data notebooks contain documentation that supports the information shared within the standards-based report cards. So, do y'all want to talk more about, or I'll let you pass, and then I'll let you talk about that in a minute.
So, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So, can we get from the report cards an average of first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth, fifth, that have threes, twos?
Yes, that's one of the, another board member had that same question today, and so that's something we're going to start compiling for you, is how many ones there were in kindergarten, how many twos, how many threes, how many fours, and the same for each grade level. And so we're going to compile that information for you so you can see what the percentage of ones, twos, threes, and fours are across the board. Yes.
So, you know where that's headed. I mean, they should reflect where their scores are.
Absolutely. It should align with how they do on their standardized testing, 100%.
Yeah,
There should be a direct correlation.
yeah. So,
Yes. On page 5, we talked about our next steps in terms of standards-based grading, because we know we're still on the front end of this and there's still improvements that need to be made. And so I won't read through the whole list with you, but a lot of it has to do with parents' request for more detailed information, more specific information, which we love. And we feel like their requests are really a result of us having shifted to standards-based report cards, because in the previous system where students got A's, B's, C's, D's, and F's, they wouldn't have had that specificity either. But now that parents are seeing things broken down by standard, they're more interested in digging deeper into that standard. And so they're asking for more detailed information. And so that's exciting to us, and those are things that we definitely want to provide parents with. And they're wanting that information so they know how to help their child at home, which is great. And so there's some things that we're working on for that. Providing examples of what some of the standards mean. When you see a standard that talks about decomposing, parents may not understand that that's part of subtraction and what that means to take a number and break it down and decompose it. And so we want to provide examples so students know, parents know what those things mean, and also to provide anchor papers. So if their child gets a 2 in writing, we want to show them what a proficient writing paper looks like, so you can compare how a child should be writing in January to your child's writing sample that would be in their data notebook. So a lot of those, we're excited about parents wanting more detailed information. Another thing that we're going to look at is the platform that our report cards are housed in. They're currently housed in eSchool, which does not have a lot of flexibility in formatting. And we can do, there's some clarity that parents want that's really hard to accomplish in eSchool because of the formatting limitations, whereas if we're able to move to housing the document in Google or some other platform, we can provide more clarity and more detail for parents. It will allow for that. So that's one of the things that we're going to look at. Obviously, the grades will still be in eSchool for longevity purposes, but the report cards, if we have a different format, we can give parents some more information. Because we didn't get much feedback at the spring conferences, at the spring parent conferences, teachers are going to do one-on-one exit interviews with parents during the conference to talk about standards-based grading and really get a good feel for it. That way, too, if they're just small questions, teachers can answer those right then and get them cleared up. But if we're finding out from parents that this really isn't the model they want, or there are improvements that we need to make from the model, hopefully we can get those from those one-on-one conferences.
So, Maribel?
Yes.
Question, going back to this page 3, for all 3 of you ladies. Well, first, just to confirm, you only got 18 responses out of 827?
Yes.
Was that disappointing?
At first it was, but then looking at the questions, because we did the exact same questions, what additional information would be beneficial for us to give to you? And then the other, is there anything associated that we can help to clarify? The parents that I reached out to that I specifically asked, did you fill this out? Because I'm not seeing and it was simply, we don't need anything more. It was, nope, I didn't have anything to add to it, and I didn't need any clarification. So when it was approached that way, it was more of a, well, I guess they're feeling okay about this.
So you think it's more that as opposed to,
And one of those 18 said it needs to be eliminated.
Yeah,
So they had that comment as well.
and I know that we put it up on our Facebook page, we sent it out to Remind, it was attached to the letter. I mean, we sent it out several different ways to try to get different responses, so.
I'm worn out with people asking me to fill out surveys for every little thing.
Totally understood.
So I wonder if that was some of the
We did
fatigue.
get some questions on social media that I was able to answer fairly quickly. It was a new student to our district who actually had just arrived a few weeks prior to Christmas break. And so they had gone and grabbed moms to ask a question about the 3-2-1. And so I was able to quickly clarify what all it meant. And they were, thank you very much, that makes so much more sense. So I feel like we've got a really good open communication with parents. I mean, they have many ways now that they can get a hold of us to ask questions. I feel like they're very comfortable asking us questions. They don't feel intimidated at all to reach out in private message or through reminds. So, I mean, we definitely made it a point this semester in particular, because we knew that we wouldn't have the face-to-face parent conferences, to send home the evidence of learning, and that's how we refer to it with the parents and the students. And that's what's in their data notebook, is that evidence of learning, so that the parents can correlate those numbers with the work that's being done and the rubrics that go with it on how they achieve a 3.
Were you done going through this?
Yeah, just about. I think there were only 2 more bullets on the next steps, and we just talked about wanting to continue our work on K-5, but are not looking at expanding.
So my first question, in regard to report cards, we're still calling them report cards, right? Yes. I'm not a fan, I mean, just as a side note, I'm not a super big fan of putting this stuff on Google, if that's what you choose to do. I mean, I'm not so sure about their security and their privacy. So, these are, I mean, you're getting a lot of data on kids, and if you're doing this K through 5 and you put this on a Google form, you have a tremendous amount of data on kids on Google. Sure. And so, if that is something that y'all do, I mean, if that's something the district does, I think you need to find a different platform, because I don't want Google having all that kind of stuff on my kids. The second thing, when you said that about Facebook and stuff, and I'm sure y'all are aware of this, but particularly I think you can expect in this community, a lot of people have ditched social media in the last month or so. And so I think that you need to be mindful of that as far as the communication factor. I know there's some people that are still on it, or there's some that have chosen, like, I'm not gonna get off of it, but I did get off Twitter, some things, but I think that's something to keep in mind.
I agree with that, Hope. I'm just, even in the past year, I'm more distrustful of these large big tech accumulating data on people.
Yeah, they'll probably show up an ad on your phone saying something like that.
I agree with that, but if you, I mean, I feel bad for you guys having to deal with social media sometimes, especially you yesterday. She did. It was handled very well and promptly. I didn't even have to like shoot a message to alert anyone, but it was just like, it's just keyboard warriors. I mean, that's the nice way to put it.
Well, I agree too, and I don't know necessarily that, I think Google's pretty secure, but I also think that they would sell that information, you know, that would be.
You're not near as skeptical as I am.
Huh?
In a heartbeat.
Oh, yeah, no, I think they're secure, but I think they would be going,
As I say,
oh, I
I
can
figure
sell
that
this
there are,
to.
but I think whatever the stuff that y'all are doing on Google Docs and things like that, I just think you should be, I think seeing some of the things that we have seen, and I think we need to be mindful of, we have got gathering a lot of information, even like this behavior stuff. If you're putting it on Google Docs, I encourage y'all to get a different way of doing stuff, because I don't think that's super secure. And I hope I'm wrong, but there's really got to be a better way of doing it.
There's no privacy in this world. For $79.95, I can get a guy in New York and tell me everything about you back to your birth.
I can do it cheaper than China.
Yeah, I'm probably faster in
His
China.
name's Andrew
Well,
D.
that may very well be the case. I know I disagree with you, but we definitely have a duty to make sure that we're
Right, I
being
agree
more
with
than
you.
cautious with the kids' material.
And in the end, we may decide that e-school is the best and that we just need to add insert sheets.
So I don't know what the answer is. I just think that that's something we need to be mindful of. It's easy for us all to go to Google, but I think that of all the different things that we use, that might not be the wisest one. I only have a couple of questions at the moment, because I haven't really had a chance to look through some of that, and I haven't seen that yet either.
Well,
Go ahead if you want to, that's fine.
well, it's on my mind.
Go ahead.
So like on that one there, okay, so on the STAR test, they are below, but the Rubik on the last 9 weeks was a 3. But the last test,
Look at the date of the test. That would have been probably their benchmark or our progress monitoring.
it was in December.
Okay, so it would have been a progress monitoring. We'll benchmark again at the end of this month. We want to see that, and what the standards are very, very specific, whereas the STAR is an overarching reading score. The standard that she was being assessed on is a very specific standard, which means that she has mastered that particular standard under reading. But mind you, there's, 8, 10, 12 standards that come up underneath reading. So what this report, our STAR system does for us, will give us a report on that particular student of the exact standards that she is not going to be achieving a 3 on, which gives us an intervention opportunity. So whatever it is that was in there, I'm not sure, I can't recall, but it happened to be context clues, let's say. So that girl, she's got her context clues, which then when we pull that standard by standard report on that particular student, then we should be seeing that context clues, check, done. That report is not in her data notebook. That's for the teachers to go through the standard by standard.
And I understand that, but if I'm a parent and I look at that, okay, and it's just based off of, because I've looked at all those STAR benchmarks and all that, and, oh, well, in the classroom, I'm achieving or whatever, but I see this, and I'm not.
Which is what is so valuable about this information, because we can talk to the parents now much more specifically. Okay, your child's receiving a B in reading, matching up with their stars, whatever. Now we can go into, okay, your child is achieving on context clues, but when you're looking at main idea and supporting details, they're not catching main idea and supporting details. I'm going to send some work home with you. If you wouldn't mind to help, I'm going to send them to the interventionist. This is the area that's bringing down their star reports.
Okay.
So it does give us very, very specific interventions to help.
And that leads to another question. On your parent-teacher conferences, are they student-led?
This time around, we have not done student
Okay.
led. We do ask that the student be there with the parent, if the parent is comfortable with that.
Yeah.
But the teacher, this is one of those things that Hope was talking about, some things that we want to keep this year. We have a list started of things that we want to keep. We want the teacher, especially in that fall conference, to be leading those. We want them talking through those standards. We want them understanding, yes, your child may be at this level in reading. Here are the standards that they're really, really good at, but here are the standards that we're really going to have to focus in on this school year. We did those one-on-one this year rather than, many coming in. The teachers were, yeah, we got to keep that. I mean, there's a lot of things that COVID did that hurt us, but there's a lot of things that have helped us this year, and that was one of them.
Because that's one thing I totally disagree with, is student-led.
Yeah.
Because,
I could see both sides of it. I can see both perspectives. We do ask, especially in the spring conference, that we want the student with us so that they're able to talk through, because we talk data with them all day. I mean, they know where they are in their data and what they're struggling in and what they need help in, because we want them to be aware of that. But we also see the value in the authority, the professional, the knowledge person sitting there explaining through how reading works. I mean, especially reading. The more that we get into the science of reading, there's a whole lot more that goes into it than we ever knew before. And it's important to have that professional at the table leading those.
So mine kind of leads into, I think initially one of them was going to lead into what you said. I don't know if it still does. One of the biggest problems I have with just the selling that we get of standard-based grading is what we couldn't have done this with regular grading. Now, if you want to say you prefer standard-based grading, that's fine. I can deal with that. But what frustrates me is, well, we couldn't give them all this information with regular grading. And that's just not true. We absolutely, because you could have done the standards, you could have told them they missed this stuff. You can do all of that information, it's whether you chose to do it or not. How you grade is different from the information that you choose to give them, because you had all of that, and even you guys, when this was first presented to us, is we've been doing all of this, we just need this one piece, was the grading aspect of it. And so I just would ask that at least there's an acknowledgement of, there's no reason we couldn't have given the same information for them as far as this is the standard that they don't have, this is what they need to work on, and send that home if we were giving them a 75 or if we were giving an 86. I understand why people like that, but it frustrates me, and I know it frustrates some parents, because that's just not the case, that we could never back up what we've been doing for the last 50, 75, 100 years in education. We could never back it up with, are their grades up? Because you can.
And you can for sure. The information just wouldn't align with the overall grade. So if you give them information based on what standards your child has mastered on December 18th or whatever the last day was, they may have mastered all of the standards for second quarter, but if you had averaged all of their attempts together, it could have been an 80. And so if you give them the standard information, and I say, your child mastered all of their standards, but they look at the grade and see, then why do they have a 79C or an 80B if they mastered them all? And so that's,
I understand.
aligns the two, but all of that information we could have and should have been giving for 40
Yes,
years.
and a lot of teachers were. a lot of teachers were giving that information. If you sat down in parent-teacher conferences, could say, this is what they don't know, maybe not using the word standards, because we're also not grading on every single standard the state of Arkansas is giving you. You're picking out just some of those standards, just like you can say during that time period, I was picking out certain things within that chapter that I taught. So that is just something that has consistently bothers me when we talk about this, and that brings me to one of the last things we talked about here is we're going to analyze this stuff, and I think it was one of the last bullets down there. And my concern is the objectivity on this, because I know how y'all feel about it. I can't say I know for certain how Ms. Childress is on it. I know where Dr. Barrett is on it, and I'm can venture to guess where you are. And so, can you even be objective on it? A couple months ago, I can't remember what we were talking about, and Jay said, I said something about wanting something to do something right or excel or be in support of the standard-based grading, and you were caught, you said, well, you didn't like it. What do you mean you want? And I said, well, Jay, I want to succeed. I don't, if I'm going to be in this, I want to win. You know, I'm competitive. My concern is there any objectivity to be able to say, you know, maybe traditional grading wasn't really that bad, because I don't see it. And that's what I would hope, is that if you're going to look at this, it's got to be objective, because I have a hard time processing some of this stuff as being objective, other than just being told, I'm going to sell you how great it is. And if I can't have objectivity with it, then it's hard for me to be able to be able to buy in, as you would say, because I don't feel like anyone's being objective on it. And so when you guys analyze this, even like with saying this about, well, we can't, this is why this is so much better because you couldn't do any of this. Everything wasn't bad about traditional grading. We managed to put people on the moon. We managed to come up with the internet. We managed to do a lot of different things with that. And so I would just encourage you guys to try to be objective as you move forward with this, because I don't feel like we've had objectivity with this. And then you can point that right back at me. I'll own that I'm not a fan. And I have become less of a fan in the last year. I started out liking it and have gone more the other direction. I'm not a fan, because I feel like for all the good stuff, that the details that you can give, I've had more people say to me, and not everybody, I've had some people say to me, it's just like everybody's getting a trophy. I mean, that is what some feelings are out there, is a 2 is a 2 is a 2, and a 2 at this end of the spectrum and a 2 at this end of the spectrum. It doesn't mean, no one really knows what it is. And there is value in knowing that. And so that is still a dilemma for me. Walk me through it. I'm open to it. I would just, as I said before, I would have liked to have seen some more marrying and some compromise, because there wasn't any compromise on this. And I would have liked to have seen more of that, because I think you could have found a happy medium that might have made it a little easier for other people to embrace this than 1, 2, 3. So that is the objectivity on that. And I agree with Trace on the parent-teacher conference thing and what he was saying. And I hope that sometimes I feel like, because we're not the professionals, that if we brought up these comments about parent-teacher conferences and the student-led, about, you know, we want to hear from the teachers. I understand that merit of it, but
So I think
we have some valid points in some of these things too.
I've got a pretty good idea of where Mandy stands on this, because many conversations and all last year, you know, Nikki, you're new here. What's your perspective? And at the school you were at before, did you use this or did you not?
We did. I started out using the traditional grading and different things along those lines, and we did move to standards-based, and I was there through that whole process. And I am a fan of it. I do feel like it is very more precise, and I can go in and give interventions based on what they need. I do agree with what you are saying, that a 2 is very broad. So at my last school, we did do like a 2+ or a 2 O. There was different ways that you could say it. If you were a 2 O, that you were on track, you were ready to, you were very close to that 3. There was like a 2 T, which was you were 2, but you still needed a lot of that teacher support. But you weren't exactly at that 1 where you just really were not getting it at all. So I can see breaking that two up if, so that may be a conversation we can have, but I don't know what the conversations were before. But I am sold on it. I do like the fact that we, in standards-based grading, we do, and you can do this again with the traditional, we do not accept that the zeros, or whatever. We are going to keep pushing them and saying, you're going to get this. And so we don't accept those in the, in the standards-based report cards. Again, I see the traditional side of it where you have that very broad, but I do feel like this is the teachers have taken ownership of it. When I went to go pick this up today, one of the teachers said, please, I know you guys are talking about this, please don't take this away from us. Again, I see both sides, but I do think it is the best things for our kids. And I do think that it's our job to educate the parents, and I think that we're doing a good job based on our results. I think that I sat in on a conference for one of our kindergarten teachers that was explaining this brand new to a parent. And I was so impressed. I mean, she did way better than I ever could have done. And I was just very impressed with it. And that's how everybody is. They're just so sold on it in my building. So.
At the end of the day, for me, is I want our kids to read. And if this is all that everyone says that it is, then we should start seeing dramatic improvements in reading. We should start seeing dramatic improvements in test scores, because what a lot of parents don't know when they think, a lot of parents are not aware of the data that we've seen over the last 3 or 4 or 5 years have been very troubling with reading and testing. And I don't think that this is not a shot at teachers, because I think there's a lot of issues that are going along with this. Some of it has been timing of things, some of it has been curriculum, there's holes in things. I understand that. But if this is all that it is, then we should, right? That we should be skyrocketing. And I hope it is. I really do, because at the end of the day, one of the things that frustrates me the most is we are graduating kids, and that's not just, people are moving through our district that can't read. And we talked about this year after year after year after year. We have got to fix it. And if this fixes it, praise you, God bless you for fighting for it. But if it doesn't, we got to move on, because every year we can't take this from a kid. They only get first grade one time. They only get fourth grade one time. We have to get it right. And I 100% hope that when we get it the fall, and I know in the spring, I know the COVID's going to have an impact, but I hope that we see that we are not as far behind, because we know we were far behind in March last year before we ever hit this. So I really am rooting for you guys to pull it off, because that's what's best for the kids.
We're really hoping, because we just took our second benchmark, and we're hoping that we see those results as well. I mean, we can't wait to get in and dive into that information.
But I understand that it has been a different year for you.
Do you predict improvement?
Yeah.
See,
Absolutely. We're already seeing great improvement. I shared with Ms. Childress some information regarding some task data, and it's an acronym, but just the level that our teachers are, I mean, it is blood, sweat, and tears in those classrooms, that we are moving children. The colors have changed so much. It's an exciting document that comes out for our teachers to be able to see that all of that hard work is starting to pay off. And if you're doing that in this year, if you've made that is remarkable, because the challenge is great, the gap is huge, and I get that. So
Their charts have gone from red and yellow to green. I mean, the celebrations that have been able to take place.
So that's interesting, because a week or so ago, I mentioned that to Shannon about just academic achievement and stuff. She predicted this year's scores are going to be down.
Well, our foundational reading, and that's what I'm referring to, is the foundational reading, getting the phonemic awareness, the phonics, all of those pieces that have been gapped for some of these children. We get those kids who are great readers all the way up to 5th grade, and then they get into, their higher level reading and can't pronounce a word that's this long. Well, we have gaps. We have gaps in their lower level learning that
So you think standards-based grading is a key factor?
I do. I think that that has helped a lot, especially with us. I mean, we are side by side talking through these past assessments, and what's happening at Glen Duffy is only going to pay off twofold, tenfold up at our level.
So is that a bigger factor or smaller factor than what you were describing earlier, that kids aren't switching classes? They're staying with-
I think I do. I think it all relates to each other, but what's happening with us not switching classes this year are those teachers who are highly trained in math and those teachers who are highly trained in reading. Our PLC time is, we can't, like, the conversations, because the reading teacher's teaching the math teacher these standards on their grade, and here's the resources that I use, and here's an example. I mean, you can go in and you can see Mr. Briggs standing up and Dusty Larson standing up telling the reading teachers how to teach this math to these children so their standards get mastered. I mean, just the level of professionalism happening because they've had to is phenomenal. I mean, they're just becoming better teachers all around because they've been so trained in math and so trained in reading. Now they're training each other.
And I think the science of reading, the training that we are getting now and the information goes so closely with the standards-based report cards. It's just, all of those things are going to start building together to get.
I'm with Hope. I sincerely hope that you guys are correct in your predictions.
Okay, can I share something? So I have a fifth grader. Things at home haven't changed with me engaging with her. She had, I can't remember, Mandy, off the top of my head, but she increased like incredible, huge in her reading, incredible. I'm telling you. Yes, I mean, incredible. Yes, yeah, yeah.
300 K-5 students met the criteria for the superintendent's reading award.
Yep.
And that was, they had to show more than a year's growth in the first semester.
Yeah, and I will say that her excitement for reading has just like, yeah, and I'm parenting the same way at home. I mean, the standard-based grading is helping me, but I'm doing the same thing. I haven't changed a whole lot at home, so she's not getting this at home. It's coming all from,
It's big. I mean,
it's huge.
It's big, and the teachers, I think, they feel that. They feel the urgency. There's a really big sense of urgency right
Yeah.
now. And they're tired, but they're still just, I mean, I can't say enough about.
So I'm excited to see, because just knowing what personally,
They
that she
didn't
was
dummy
in
down the
Maribel's,
test.
yeah.
They didn't dummy down anything, I'll tell you. Their expectations are still just as they've always been.
Yeah.
And, you know, of course there were gaps. Of course there were places that their benchmarks didn't show the way that they have in the past. But we called them rusty. They were rusty when they came back because they've been out since
Right.
March. Okay, well, they're rusty. Let's oil them up and let's keep moving forward. We don't have time to waste. We did a lot of pre-work in the spring when school was out and the teachers had some PD days, and we worked on those standards that they knew that they taught really well. Then they went through those standards that were those spring standards that they knew that they didn't get mastered. They didn't get, the intents because we couldn't teach a lot of new virtually or through packet work. And so they passed those on to the next grade level and said, here's what we didn't accomplish. So the grade levels knew coming in, they had to fit what wasn't accomplished back up into what was moving forward for this school year. So the conversations were, they were rich to begin with.
I'm looking forward to Hope's praise for this if those scores come in.
I'm going to tell you what, it is all about those kids. And so I don't care if I'm wrong. And I know you don't care if you're wrong.
I believe you.
Because I want, it tears me up that I feel like we have not done our job. And I'm not saying y'all, I'm saying us. Because we can't continue, we just can't. And like I said, to me, the house is on fire. And I know that, I don't know if that's where I've heard that phrase in all my different worlds that are talking right now in school, but I don't know that everyone has that urgency. I do sense that urgency in our school district, that we have a lot to make up. And so I hope and pray, but I also understand that if it's not exactly where you hope it's going to be, I'm not saying that I expect to see stuff, because I know we were starting way behind. But I also understand that there is an impact from what went on. I hope that y'all can go against the grain of what everyone's expecting in the state of Arkansas. And we are the ones that they're going, what did they do? I mean,
And
I think that,
I don't know if you
heck of a
guys were-
celebration.
I don't know if you guys were listening to comments earlier in the meeting, but, you know, we've got nearly $1 million that the government's going to shove in our direction. So I shared with Maribel earlier this week,
Somebody won.
My question in here
I'm
is,
looking
we're in,
for ideas from you ladies. You know, what are 3 things we can do to enhance this academic achievement? You know, Richard may get some money for HVAC or something, but I really think that for those additional funds, the emphasis needs to be on improving the academic achievement of our kids in the basics.
Well, I'm going to give kudos to my boss standing back here because she's already networked us with principals from her district coming from and all that she has. So she's encouraged us as an admin team to really be thinking through what is going to make the most impact and having those conversations with those other administrators of what do they have or what are they doing that we don't have.
Right.
That's where I'm going to start focusing my visions of what would I like to get for our district. Well, what do you got over there that's working so well for kids? Because we want that too. So, I mean, I know that's kind of a vague answer, but we've just been kind of shot with this a little bit, but we all want it to be very intentional and purposeful and things that we can continue to use where they're not just going to be, thrown by the wayside.
I do want to say something. You know, when you made the comment, and it's all about what the students and stuff, I did come from a different district, and I have to give kudos to this board because I've never felt like a board has been so supportive of their kids. And so I just want you guys to know that coming in, I appreciate the hard questions because it just means that you guys care. And so I do feel that way 100%, so.
my last,
No, I do.
is just, we're in year 2, right, of standards-based grading.
Yes.
And this last, or second to last bullet point says we'll continue through K through 5. We have no plans of expanding to other grade levels. Is there a reason why, if it's working well, we wouldn't want to use it through all school levels?
We talked about that. Until we have it right, we're not gonna expand. We're gonna make sure we have this right, or if it's not right, we move on to something else. We're not gonna make it bigger until we know, and so.
Okay.
So one thing as I look through this binder, is it new or were you guys always doing these sort of self-assessments with the learning targets?
That's kind of how they introduce lessons, and it's not in every subject. Some teachers choose to have those self-assessments before, and some choose not to. But it is kind of how they will introduce the new topic or the new unit. What do you already know about that? Do you already feel confident about it? Is it something that you could teach someone else? And then they do the second round of that after they've looked at mastery. Did you really know it? Did you learn something more? So that is something more new. Yes.
Well, I've seen that a lot in adult training and
Yes.
education,
Yep.
you know, starting with the learning objectives.
Yes, and they've always started with the learning objectives, like that's just part of good teaching, but to have it in writing for the students to actually see, it's more, in the past, probably maybe 3 or 4 years, that they've actually put it in writing for their data notebooks.
And you think that helps the kids focus on?
I do, and to bring it back around, it kind of helps the teachers remember to bring it back around to close it up too. Do you have it now? If you gave yourself a 1 and you didn't know what division meant, do you have it now where you can give yourself a 3? Yes, well, you better because you're showing mastery on this, so let's have that conversation. Yeah.
I try really hard when I go into the classrooms to observe or whatever. I'll talk to the student and really say, what are you learning about today? And hopefully they can state that objective, because that's what it should start with every single
So one of the other things we talked about last year was, could you also give the traditional grades? And we concluded that we weren't going to do that, right?
Right, just as Maribel was talking about is excuse it. I mean, when you've got those, because we do allow them opportunities to grow in that standard. So if they have an overarching standard in division, they may have 4 learning targets. Well, if we're taking a grade on this learning target and they've got it like 100%, but then these next 2 learning targets, man, those are the areas that we really need to intervene in. So they've got a 30 and a 30. Then that grade combined makes it look like that they're not understanding any part of that standard, when in fact they've got this particular learning target. So it really throws things to the side if we do it that way.
So your preference is to not supplement
Definitely.
standards-based grading
Definitely.
with some kind of number or letter grade?
Yeah, and I mean, the teachers also, if you talk to the teachers, they wouldn't want to do it that way. Okay, so for, since Jay opened that can of worms. So if we get down to the end of the year and you still have a significant amount of the board, which I mean, ultimately, the decision we have to decide upon. But if the board says, you know what, we want to expand this out number-wise, we don't want you to put averages on it, but instead of doing 1, 2, 3, is it 1, 2, 3, 4 or 1, 2, 3?
1, 2, 3 on most standards, there are 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, that's why I didn't think we were doing 4 much. So if we said, okay, we want more context to that, we want parents, and I think that there's definitely some concern among parents as far as competition excellence and having that awarded and having that, and also, I mean, quite frankly, I had a kid who got zeros and he needed to own his zeros too. Because he got zeros in college and he had to own those. And so, there's a merit of learning things on smaller scales so you don't pay the consequence so much on a larger scale. So if the board said, okay, well, we want some compromise here. We don't want just 1, 2, 3. We want to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or we want to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or we want to do 1 through 10. Would you all be open to that?
I mean, with research and with information, we would just have to have that conversation, I guess.
Well, but what the board says, we want some expanded numbers because we've got community members and we ourselves have some concerns that we feel like 1, 2, 3, because like we said, 2, and I'd be curious to see where everyone falls, but 2 is, I mean, I've heard some parents say, my kids are following this, they've got it completely done, they're told they can't get this until the end of the year, they're not doing anything additional. So if we say, okay, we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's because parents want to have more definition of what's going on with their kid, and they want to see, is my kid at the low end of the spectrum, the high end of the spectrum, and they don't want to have to go through a 5-page report card to try and figure it out. Is that something, because I mean, we're being asked to get on board with all of these different things. If we decide this is what's best, we need one, are you all going to be able to get on board with that?
Yeah, you just build it from a rubric. You just create a rubric that breaks it down further.
Because I mean, I know other districts do lots of different variations. I mean, obviously you did 2s and pluses and whatever it was that you did at where you came from. So obviously other districts do things. I think, and I think that was one of the biggest disappointments I had out of that board meeting. And I don't blame you guys, I blamed us. The board's heard me say that a couple of times, is we did not compromise. And I think that's the only issue we've ever had before this board where we had that kind of 4-3 split vote. And I thought that was too bad, because everything else we've been able to come to a compromise with and figure out a way to make it work for everybody. We didn't do it with that one, and that I don't think was good for our district as a whole. So if the board was able to say, look, we can come up with something here, you all love this, we still have some reservations, let's try to meet in the middle. And I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but I hope that we can have these conversations so that if we decide to do that, I mean, Ty lost on a dome vote, and it wasn't easy for him. I lost a standard-based grading vote, but I still like all these people. I still like y'all. I'm still rooting for our school because I'm an adult, so if that's what we decide to do and move towards, I hope we can, and I have no idea how these folks feel about it. It's just a conversation that I think we need to be willing to have. if that meets a little bit more the needs or addresses some of the concerns that people have in the community. Because what concerns me is we have a society of kids, and I think that's evidence in some of the behavior we've seen recently in our world, that grew up with everybody got a trophy, and it was detrimental to them. And we need to be careful because there's a lot of good with what you're doing, but there can be some unintended consequences for these kids in the long term if they don't see that everything isn't fair. Sometimes people are going to be better at this and sometimes aren't, and it's okay. Or sometimes, you know what, you need to get to work on time, or you need to do this correctly. And those are the concerns that a lot of people have with some of this, and I think they're valid. Just like I had concerns with the everybody got a trophy when my kids got there, and I was like, well, okay, this is what we're doing. I guess I'll live with it. And I would just tell my kids, I bought this trophy for you. You didn't earn it. That was a conversation I had after ball games. But it impacted, I think, a generation of kids. And that's, I think, one of the overarching themes, concerns that people have. And I think maybe if you all see that that's part of where we're coming from on some of these concerns. It's not that we think a lot of this is I don't think it's bad. I just think there's some unintended consequences there that are troubling, and I think we need to be aware of. And if there's a way to address it in our district that's different than what everyone else does, then let's do that, and let's do it better and let them learn from us. I mean, that's where I'm coming from on it. But I hope, like I said, I hope we do great. And I know we've got great teachers and people working hard for it, so let's go.
I got a question about this. So we have a minus, a plus, a plus.
So the minus means on that, that's a learning target. So on the first one, I can add punctuation to my sentences. So therefore, they don't have that mastered. They did it on 1-8. But they do have, because they gave an assessment that did all three of those things on 1-8. And so they did master those particular, I can capitalize the first letter, I can apply grade level appropriate spelling on that particular assessment. So they didn't on this one. So that's where the teacher's going to go in and do some interventions on that. They're still going to be teaching this as well, and they're going to come back in later and assess again to see if they were able to move that student in.
So right here on I can capitalize the first letter, is that a 3? Is that?
That just means on that particular assessment, they mastered it. So they'll go in and they'll do another one more than likely. And so if they can continue showing that they've mastered it over time, then they would be considered a 3.
Okay. So the plus and the minus, they can't. There's no,
Right, and the code at the bottom will let you know what they have to be able to do before they can achieve a 3, a 2, or a 1.
but the code at the bottom has level 1, 2, or 3.
But that's not their, again, that'll be the overall grade. So eventually they'll, once they take all of those, they'll look to see where they are and they'll say, okay, they're a 1, 2, or 3.
And this is their daily work? What is this?
It can be daily work, it can also be assessments, it can be, there's, the summative, there's formative assessments. Most of this, I would assume, is a formative assessment that they've just went in and they've done a quick check and they're just looking and they'll do another one.
So this goes in, so is this a grade, I mean, what do you do with it? Is this a grade book? What is?
I just took several different students or whatever, but this is pretty much exactly what she gave you of a data binder or whatever, so,
In that binder, you'll be able to see the daily work that goes with the assessments, though, the formative assessments are what we're putting on the rubrics so that we're able to monitor the growth. But then there's daily work that goes along with that too. And then they'll give what we call a CSA, which is a common summative assessment. That means every student is given that same assessment, and then that's where their grade comes from, is putting these all together as one. And if they have every single one of those are a 3. If they have 2 targets, and it just depends upon the standard, because some of these standards have many learning targets on them when you break them down. And
if
that's
you
what,
look at that first one, that's what it did. The standard just says that they will, demonstrate command of the conventions of standard English and capitalization, punctuation, and spelling. Well, that's 3 different things, and so what they did is, in order to master that, you had to do the punctuation, you had to do the capitalization, and you had to be able to spell. So they just broke it at one standard up saying at the end, because if you just say that you've mastered that, then that means that you've mastered all three of those things. If you have a 2, then you didn't master, all of those different, you didn't maybe master the punctuation part.
So if I got this kid right here, say this was the end of whatever this is, if I'm grading them, what's their score? Is it a 1, 2, or 3? It would be a 2. If I only got 1, and they got a minus and a minus, and they only got the bottom one, is that a 1, 2, or a 3? That would be a 1. So are they typically just like 3 things on these?
That's why I gave you more.
Okay.
Because on the next one is a whole different standard, so the 6 syllable types. So, and then that's why we have the notes on there, because you can be more specific of what exactly they missed, so.
So what would that one be, that's got the 3 pluses and the 3 minuses?
All of the targets, if they have all of those targets, then it's a 3.
But if this one here, they
So
only,
then mastered the learning ones with an asterisk would be a 2, so they didn't master all 3 of those. So they would still be a 1.
And if they didn't master the asterisk, then they're a 1.
so the ones at the bottom do not count to the 1, 2, or 3?
At that particular time in the year. Eventually, they will count. So right now, those 3 with the asterisks are the ones that are being hit right now. Because this is a second grade student, so therefore, they should have all of those mastered by the end of the year.
And so the one that doesn't have asterisks, this one. So is that one that they are,
There could be some kids that are working on it. They probably are assessing them just to know if they can do it or not. This particular student couldn't. There's others that can.
And then these will come up with them also. Glenn Duffy is also very good about, our second grade teachers will meet with our third grade teachers and have conversations around these. So then we'll know how we can already intervene with them. The great thing about what I'm hearing already and seeing on here is those syllable types. We are working on syllable types in our building where she's trying to shut that down because that is a skill that is supposed to be at her building. So I appreciate knowing that information and sharing that with my teachers, like they're getting these, it's coming. So once that can start happening too and get those foundational pieces, then we can start celebrating.
So, now I'm just trying to
No, Robin,
understand.
I'm
This
sorry.
one is the third 9 weeks, mastered.
So that particular student, what they did is they more than likely have been doing that. They started teaching it at the beginning of the year. I don't know which one exactly.
Vocabulary.
Vocabulary, so on the particular vocabulary that they have for this year, so in the second 9 weeks, we will work for 4 unknown words each week with the read aloud. We will learn its meaning and how to use it correctly in a sentence. So this particular one was in the second 9 weeks. So the third 9 weeks, it's not there yet. So this was the second 9 weeks, so at the end of the second 9 weeks, this person had it mastered. So I just put, so this one is in the third 9 weeks 1. So they will, now if they did not have it mastered, they would continue working on it. But this particular student doesn't need to work on that anymore. They can work towards the next progression of whatever the next part of the state.
So this is just a follow-up from the second 9 weeks? Okay.
Which gives the opportunity for those students who have been bored in the past to have those extensions. When we can find those students, like, let's keep moving them forward, let's not hold them back and make them sit and do the things that the rest are doing. Let's extend their learning.
So on this one, same sheet, but it's on historical events. It's just got plus.
Yeah.
So should that have been a
But
3?
this is going to be this is a third 9 week standard, so therefore you don't want to just give them a 1 and done. You need to make sure that they truly have it mastered.
So there will be a couple of assessments on that particular, and hopefully we continue to see that they're plus, plus, plus.
But if they're a plus, 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 there's no reason to teach it again in the fourth 9 weeks to this particular student because they've got it fully mastered, that we can move them on to something else.
so do you have kids, because you likely do, that they have it mastered?
Yeah.
And so do you let them have the 3 the first 9 weeks?
Absolutely, yeah.
And then, so they get to have that 3 and then go on to something else and do that? We're not stingy with 3s.
We are not stingy with threes. We celebrate those threes. When they have earned those threes, it is a celebration, but they had to earn them. I mean,
Yeah, but you could have a kid come in that, that has it already coming in at the very beginning of the year, and they've got the 3 of that thing, and,
Typically, I had a conversation with the first grade teacher just the other day and said, I have a student who has this mastered, what can we do? And typically, I would say, let's put them in a second grade classroom during this time, and they could be learning some second grade material. We can't do that right now because of COVID, but I mean, we have had the conversation where if I have a second grader that needs third grade stuff, I'm gonna walk them over.
And we've had that, last year, we had that situation. So, you know, we share those kids and get them push them as much as we can, so, most definitely. And our, gay teacher, Miss Austin, is amazing. She's already putting together, a presentation to work with the teachers on extending their learning, because it is difficult. We've been so focused on how do we bring up these kids, and we are still doing that, believe me, but we owe it to these kids too. We don't want them sitting and getting stagnant in the classroom, and then you get behaviors and all of those things happening. So, I mean, there's just a whole world that has opened up and for Miss Osmond to just approach and say, can I lead this training for the teachers? You know, please do. We want that to happen.
All right, any other questions? Thank you, ladies.
Book.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yes.
You wanna know where her work is?
Take some snacks, too, especially those balance breaks. Oh, not those, no, yeah, any of it.
Okay. The next item on our agenda is a Gravette High School Arena Report. And before I have Richard and/or Daniel come forward, if you will look in your additional supporting documents, it's the second to last page. Dennis also prepared for you some budget information about the arena, about anticipated cost versus actual cost. So,
Excuse me.
I don't know where he went. Oh, there he is. Not just the arena, is it? Dennis, do you want to talk about your arena budget report? And then I'll let Richard talk to you about, or Richard and Daniel talk to you about how the bells and whistles and
Where's that at? I'm sorry.
in the additional supporting documents, second to last page. It's just an update on all of the cost associated.
So, Mr. Oliphant had requested a construction recap on this project, which included budget and actual, so I put this together. You know, the budget isn't really designed for a multi-year look, so if you look on the top left of the schedule, look where the asterisk is. The $4.8 million budget, that's off the architect's draw schedule. And if you guys remember, they actually only billed us for 1.8, so the draw schedule wasn't really accurate. But it's what we budgeted, and that's the purpose of a budget, is to show a variance, to show that difference, and it makes you say why. Well, they just didn't draw like they had planned. For me, at the time, if you guys remember, that was okay, because we had $10 million drawing 3% interest, and it was generating close to 30,000. So I was okay with that. And a lot of times I talk about if I want to look at something, you know, I want to look at the cash side. So I feel that's a little more meaningful. So if you look at the blue columns of the pivot table on the right side, this is the cash out for the project, okay? Broke that down by year, and I broke it out between architect, contractor, and equipment. And Jay talked to me about presenting this in a little different way too, which I can work on too. But, the architect, cash out the door, $803,000. The contractor, $13.8 million. Equipment, $605,000 for a grand total of $15.2 million. Now, remember, the retainage was used to pay for the HVAC project, okay? So that needs to come out of there because it's not really related. We just use those savings to do the HVAC. So let's back that out. That shows your net cost out the door was $14.9 million. Bond issue was $12.8 million, which after fees generated just about $12.5 million in cash. So the difference there is about $2.1 million, okay? I've been looking at what was behind the numbers for that $12.8 million that was done before I got here. So I'm not sure. It seems to me like when we went out to bid, if you guys remember, that there was a lot of talk, especially with Crossland, about how cost per square foot had increased. So evidently that had something to do with it.
So that's what I was just talking to Dennis about. What I wanted to see was 3 rows and 4 columns. Okay, the 4 columns are the gym, middle school, Glenn Duffy, and the Career Center. And then you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we had some rough estimates in the printed material that we distributed when we were asking for the millage. I think it was $1.5 million for the Career Center. I forget now exactly what we said on the gym, but we had some numbers, I think, for the middle school and Glenn Duffy. So that's what we told the voters. So that's row 1. Row 2 is what did we approve as a budget for Crossland and build or whatever, all-in costs. And then row 3 is the actual, okay, what did we actually spend? Does that make sense? Because, you know, you guys are up for election. I hope at least one voter says, hey, you told me you were going to do this if I voted for this millage increase. Did you do what you said you were going to do? And were you good stewards of the additional taxes that I've just paid? So that's what I'm looking for, Dennis.
Sure.
And I don't, Tracy remembers numbers better than I do. I don't remember all those numbers and exactly where we came out.
I thought the gym ended up being in that 12 at the end.
Yeah, I think the Career Center came in under, and I think the gym
The
was a little bit over.
I think the middle school and Glenn Duffy, they might have come in slightly over.
Glenn Duffy definitely went over.
Duffy was over, I've got a spreadsheet.
I thought middle school was less.
The middle school was under.
It was under.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's.
Okay, well, just, those are the comparisons, and then, you know, if the numbers are significantly different, just a brief explanation, or sources of additional funding like you've laid out here, Dennis.
Sure. And,
But then the other thing too, not to interrupt you, but we had allotted $1 million out of the building fund.
Yeah.
For-
we did at some point, and that's why I put down here, so I said, okay, how do we pay for it?
Yeah.
So if you guys follow down, well, we got $12,494,000 was the net proceeds. There was some discount in there, then the fees. At some point, we said, well, we need to pledge $1 million out of the building fund. And at the time, fortunately, we had a fairly healthy building fund balance. There was timing with that, where it was a real tough go. And I remember Tracy asking me, probably asking me for close to a year every month, hey, do we have this? And it took a while, but we did. So we paid for the overage, and we still have about $1.1 million in the building fund. But something we probably hadn't considered is while that money was sitting there, it was earning that interest. It was around $350,000. While it can't be applied to the project itself, it had to be applied to Fund 4000, where we pay the bonds out of.
I'm happy for you to show what you think is relevant.
So that's it right there. That cut our net cost by $350,000.
Basically, it was $715,000 over budget.
Well, I feel like we've been good stewards of the money.
Oh,
but a very knowledgeable
You got
individual.
jumped. Yeah,
Huh?
you got jumped. That's why you're asking this question.
Well, I did get jumped.
Yeah.
And I don't care.
Yeah.
Because I feel good about what we did, but at the grand opening or something, a very knowledgeable individual who pays a whole lot of taxes was questioning and critical of the hospitality room.
Well, that was my initial thought, and I worked on this early, I put it aside and wanted to think of some things to make sure I didn't think of anything. But on the flip side, if that was that taxpayer, I could have had another 2.5 million millage tacked on and stretch it over 25 years. So my point is, through, fiscal responsibility, we had it in the building fund, or were able to add to it to absorb those unanticipated increases in the cost per square foot for the construction costs. So I think you could look at it either way.
I also predict we're going to be spending significant amounts of money over the next 1 to 3 years. Some of it's going to be this gushing government money. And, I don't know if it's going to be adding more classrooms here or what it's going to be, but if we can demonstrate that we are good stewards of what we already had, then I think it's going to be, if we have to ask anybody for permission or approval, it'll be a whole lot easier to get that if we demonstrate that we're just good stewards of $15 million or so.
I mean, I don't know what that's 4% is the overage. I don't know what the standard is.
There was quite a bit of time, I'm sure, between, I started on January 8th of 2018, and there was quite a bit of time before we even went out to the bid. There was a lot of time in there in the design.
But
We know how costs are going up in this area.
I'm sure this went over. It'd be interesting to know the percentage of overage that this was compared to what the bids were. Because we didn't have that corridor figured in. They don't give them away. A little bit of.
I feel good about what we've done.
Oh, I do.
I just want to have a nice, simple one-pager so we can all remember those numbers.
We budgeted about $1 million for the equipment, but when I started digging into Crossland stuff, there was at least 150,000 of those fixtures that were paid for through the contractor. So we didn't have to spend that 150,000 in the million bucket. So we had savings there. You guys worked on that list where you had cut items where if we have to get rid of this, we can, took advantage of that, so.
Thanks, Dennis.
Thank you, Dennis.
I'll let Richard and or Daniel, anyone want to share what you all would like to share about the project.
Need to put you on earlier next time.
He probably needs to go to the front line once in a while.
Yeah, I know, bless your heart.
Basically, I think we're about 99. We got one little issue that left to resolve on the technology side, and that will finish that up. It's been a very trying portion of that job. I think in January of last year, we cut out about 30,000 of the technology. So we are now trying to make up a few of those items. I told Clay and Mike, I said if we had to do this again, we might want to include the scoreboards and everything together in one package so everybody talks a little bit better. But overall, I think it's a good project. I think Daniel's got one little issue left we're working on with the one scrolling table. I think it's in the process of being resolved in the next week. It's hard to do a job when you're a week before basketball season to get all the kinks worked out of it. And COVID played a big role in how we had our training. I think we had 2 or 3 cancellations on training for COVID. But overall, I think everything is going good now. So
So who's on the technology? Who's the point person? Is that you? Is that Daniel? Is that Ian Galloway?
It's whoever we can get to get it done. Me and Daniels work close together on a lot of it. You know, Daniels talks to the contractor and the scoreboard people. I push Crossland, is what I do.
But who's, I mean, what we've talked about is trying to have as many kids involved in it. Is that happening, or?
On that game night, say for Pea Ridge, we had 16 people operating cameras and everything else. Any given night, some kids are out with quarantine or other issues or other people. But right now, on a game night, it could take up to 16 people to operate everything. Ian has that if everybody's there at one time.
Are they having fun with that aspect of it, the kids?
Yeah.
I think so. If you ever watched.
I mean, it looks like, I mean,
They're having a good time.
it's gonna be a lot of fun to continue to learn what you can do with that stuff, I would think, as a kid.
It's the first year. I think they'll get better as we progress. I think it'll just get better.
So would you, have been all 99% done with everything, would you feel good with using the same people again? And the service that you got and the timeliness, and I'm talking broad, I mean, several of different groups that are involved here.
I would probably use one different group. The AV people out of Nebraska. I've already conveyed that to Mike and Clay that.
I can collaborate on that or expand on that if you want to a little bit.
You want to, go ahead.
Sure.
Just remember we're last night.
Absolutely, of course.
So, but overall, I mean, do you feel like everything's getting?
We had a good job, and Crossing did a great job for us. Moving forward, like I said, you know, it was a good job. And us learning, not knowing what all we're getting, you know, Norman said it best, you know, up front, we know what we wanted, but we cut a few things out, and we're learning as well. You know, we're not used to this big of a production,
Right.
and maybe we should have had Ian or the Rainey people more involved in the early end of the project.
I thought we had a lot of that. Weren't all the coaches heavily involved in the planning?
I think he's more speaking about, I think there was poor communication between Rainey, the group, the engineers out of Nebraska, and then ADT got on site, and they started trying to, the term they kept using, make it work. And, I mean, in a project like that, make it work was really scary to me. I thought we had an engineer and it was supposed to work. Why do we have to make it work?
Right.
Well, that was one of my things, or the only thing I would kind of add to it, is there were pretty much three people trying to do one job. I would have maybe liked to have seen it streamlined more to where there was only two or even one person trying to handle everything. That way information doesn't get either misinterpreted, or you don't have one person who has the full kind of scale of what the job needs to be. That's kind of where we ran into some issues where we had to swap some stuff up along the way.
But you guys are all happy with the work that Bill did and Crossland?
Yes, I mean, with Bill, you know, we're supposed to have the spotlights. You know, we cut out some of this AV in last January to cut 30,000 out. We got the spotlights, we don't have the controller. Well, Bill, they're buying that controller and is getting that installed on them, not us. So they just issued that PO about 3 weeks ago. So they're owning some of this, and I'm very proud of them. You know, they've done a great job for us.
Yeah, I was very pleased with Clay and Mike through the whole process.
You know, and several jobs they've done for us, you know, they've come back and done some things that they're the only architects of all the years I've been here that's done that.
That's what I was getting ready to say. In the projects I've done in athletics, the previous architects never took responsibility for anything being wrong. It always cost the district to fix something. There's some water issues that the district had, you know, their civil engineers didn't get it right, and we got water running everywhere, and the district paid to fix that. Whereas with Clay and them, they've taken Clay and Mike, you know, Bill's taken responsibility for those mistakes on things that happen like that.
Is there room to grow the technology? I mean,
There's always room to grow.
no, I'm saying, are we set up to where we could grow?
Yes, yes.
So one of the, I mean,
With minimal investment, yes.
like, one of the things that got brought up to me, our screens, we're using that for our files and all that. Is there room to put another, eventually, to where it has that?
On a scoreboard?
Yeah.
You're asking?
Yeah. I'm just,
My suggestion would, I mean, just coming, my suggestion would be there, is see if there's a way we could write a software and write a program where you put that scoring and fouls on the screen in a separate region of the screen, and you had the other stuff that you're wanting, like the gameplay and or the replay going on the rest of the screen or something. I don't think there's really space. I mean, I guess we take some of the ad panels out and add something like that.
well, I think there's some ad panels that aren't full that you could use.
Right.
It would require a bigger switch rack. It would require some more equipment in the AV room, of course, but I mean,
Well, could you toggle between those more than what, and I'm assuming some of that is, if it's taking 16 to run things, you may not have enough people, but could you go from that screen with the stats to the live feed, or?
whatever they're doing right there on the screens is our screens aren't independent of each other. They're both running on one single encoder. So whatever goes on one screen has to go on the other.
No,
Okay, got you. So
I'm just saying, like, instead of, we're constant with this, you know, with the stat board, or constant with the live feed, which, I mean, they're clearly pulling out from it some, because they're pulling out to do things, timeouts and stuff like that too. So they may be able to do a little bit more variance of that as they just get better at doing things like that. I mean, I don't know if they're wanting it full all the time, but I know I've seen gyms where they'll have the stat board up, they'll also have a live, I mean, they'll toggle more between those things throughout the game than what we're able to do right now, which I've kind of taken away, is that's kind of a learning curve.
The other night, they did talk about.
They did.
Other things, so I think it's just a matter of them.
they need more practice.
Right, because I know, like, they did, it was kind of funny, because I don't think they had them matched up, like, they, like, did a travel graphic or whatever, but it was on our team, you know what I'm saying? It just, and so they were doing a little bit of that, so I'm sure they're probably, I look forward to seeing that grow more, because I think that can be a lot of fun with the
So it takes two
fans.
computers to run those scoreboards that they're doing. One to pretty much prep it and get the information ready, and the other one to send it and then apply that information to the board. You could probably use a third one if you want to get more advanced with it, but it's pretty simplistic, but it's also really, you've got to play with it quite a bit. It's got a lot of growth to do, and I think kids will get them there. It's just, it's going to take an army to do it. It's going to take a lot of people to make everything look the way we want it to.
Well, I want to commend you guys. I know you probably had some crash courses before that Pea Ridge game, getting some of that stuff up and going and looking the way that it did, but it looked good. And I'm glad that it did, because I know we're going over there pretty soon, and, you know, I don't like to lose to Pea Ridge in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah. Has anybody been to Pea Ridge's gym yet?
It looks a lot like ours. Ours is better. Well, I just mean it's the same.
Well,
They don't have the dual
one idea,
boards.
I like that, the way the stats were presented on that largest board, but I was just thinking, if you want to use that for other things, you know, I'd rather see it on a board. But a lot of people, I'll bet there's an app already done where, you know, we could project that out, so if people wanted to see who had X number of fouls, you could probably get it on a smartphone. And then you wouldn't be using your board for it. If it's not out there, you heard it here first.
Yeah, no kidding. It's a good idea, though.
I've
They
seen
do
a
it
lot
kind of with
stupider
track.
apps.
I guess you kind of do that with track, because they'll send out those
Might be getting better. I know like at national conferences and stuff, where you got every scoreboard country and video, none of them are, I've not spoken to one that says they can do that, but they might be doing it somewhere. I don't know.
Thank you, gentlemen. Y'all go home. Thank you. Yeah, go home.
Guys.
Thank you.
Y'all, we'll take a break before we move to action items.
items. Want to take a 5-minute break or so?
Please.
Yep.
Oh, my word. Goodness.
So the first action item is to consider a COVID emergency leave policy update. During the fall semester, we had federal funds and state funds that provided COVID relief for teachers if they tested positive and had to isolate or if they had to quarantine. Those pots of money closed on December 31st. And so in that time, we had an interim plan that we shared with you in December for if anyone had to quarantine in the interim. But with the ESSER 2 funds coming, when the ESSER 1 funds came from the federal government to the state took a percentage off the top, and then monies went to districts. In that pot that they took off of the top is how they reimburse districts for COVID leave. With ESSER 2, 90% of the money is going straight to districts. They are not keeping a large pot off the top. And so because of that, they are encouraging districts to use ESSER 1 and/or ESSER 2 funds to continue providing employment relief for our teachers like we had been able to do fall semester. So the policy is not really any different from what we were operating under fall semester, except now we'll control those funds with the pot that we've been given, as opposed to them being reimbursed out of the pot that the state was given. One of the questions that I've gotten from several board members is whether or not the days are going to reset, because they had accumulated, employees could have accumulated some days fall semester, and now we're starting with a new semester. And we would like for those days to reset, because accounting-wise, it's much easier to start fresh with a new pot of money and a new system than to try and marry and blend all three of those funds. So, so our recommendation is that the leave policy be approved so we can continue offering that support to our employees if they have to quarantine.
Will we do 10 or 12 or 14 days? What are
We will do 10 days. We will do 10 days, and this will just get us through the end of this school year, and then in June, we will reevaluate for next year when ASBA sends out all of their updated model policies like they do in June for us to do the readings. At that time, we'll be able to reconsider whether or not we want to close this opportunity out, or if we want to or need to continue.
So, and I apologize. How many teachers have we had, or workers have we had any that's missed a paycheck or been?
No.
Well, remember the 126,000 I spoke about earlier? That was the governor's relief fund. So up to that point, we had 126,000 worth of missed time, plus benefits tacked onto that. So kind of looking at that as maybe that's what our exposure could be.
So my deal is this, period. They're coming here, they're working, some of them against their will because they're afraid. I get it, but if they are getting quarantined because of exposures and they're having to miss work, I don't see how we cannot pay them, period. I mean, and I'm not trying to be, we've got it budgeted. The only thing that we don't have budgeted would be the additional burden that we take on getting a sub. We've got money budgeted for that. I'm sure we've extended that, what we normally would budget. But we can use those funds to pay for that.
Correct.
So, I mean, that's my deal. I don't want to see somebody miss money because it's out of their control.
Correct. So do they have the, and I'm sorry, I'm just not remembering this, do they have the option to, do they teach virtual if they're just quarantined? Or is that optional? How does that working with them? Again, if you can.
If they are able to teach from home, they are.
And they don't have to use the COVID
Some districts didn't
relief
make
fund, or are you?
Well, we would want them to, so that we could pay for the subs out of that fund,
But if they're-
rather than it coming out of the teachers.
So how would they work from,
If they're just,
they
it
work from-
depends. If they're
yeah.
just quarantined and they're healthy, then they can do Google Meets with their students. They can continue to post assignments, post videos, have one-on-one conferences with students, hold group intervention sessions with students. They can continue, and that has been the expectation, that they would, if it's a secondary, that they would meet with all of their periods. If it is someone like a food service employee or a bus driver, we are giving them the option of taking sick days or using the leave and making those days up immediately following the end of the school year.
and that was where they could go do different, it was in, I don't remember all the
Yes.
details, but yes. Okay. And then the subs, so they're working from home on other things, but you're calling in the sub because they've actually have to have a person in the room.
Yes, the sub's required to
Okay,
supervise
gotcha.
students. But we benefit tremendously from our teachers remaining connected with students during that time.
So if we don't, this money is coming directly to us this time, right? We're not being reimbursed.
It is reimbursement.
It is
but
reimbursement?
It is reimbursement, but it's in a pot for us, whereas the ESSER 1 sub-reimbursement was a pot for the entire state.
So if we don't spend it,
Then we can use it for something else. That pot is for us.
do you anticipate needing that pot for fall as well?
I would really hope not. I would hope that enough people had gotten it and/or had the vaccine so that we had enough herd immunity that it wasn't needed.
But right now, vaccine does not keep you from being quarantined.
Having the vaccine does not keep you from wearing a mask, and it does not keep you from being quarantined.
So unless something shifts in the fall, we could still be faced with, they may have the vaccine, but they get quarantined and.
I'm hoping the vaccine works and we see a
What?
dramatic reduction.
Not working in California. There's a report today.
But,
Well, now there's another variant, so then you get into all that, how many strands are there gonna be, but yada, yada.
So are you looking for a motion?
We need a motion.
Yes, we need a motion.
What's that motion gonna say? Because I need to,
I'd like to move that we approve the proposed policies 3.32.1 for license,
3-2,
3.32.
3.32.1 for licensed personnel,
okay, got it.
and 8.23.1 for classified, as written and proposed, with up to 10 days of reimbursed. If there's anything beyond 10 days, it'd be at the discretion of the superintendent and the business manager, and that we reset the number of days that the employees are entitled to.
Second.
All right, so the motion on the floor is to basically accept the emergency COVID leave with those other things that Robin's jotting down over there.
I mean, 10 days is reasonable, but my point on that is if one or two people need to go beyond 10 days, you know,
During fall semester, we had 4 employees that required more than the standard 10 to 14-day quarantine. So it does happen.
We covered them.
Yes, they were covered under the combination of the two, the federal and the state funds.
Okay. And then Dennis, a related question, I've been reading about other districts that had to change their substitute compensation to comply with the minimum wage.
I was going to talk to you all about the 126, and I can address that. The governor had planned, put the money to the side, said if you make claims, we're going to pay you those people's salary and their benefits, in other words, to help cover your costs for the substitutes. So Tammy coded these people in the payroll system so that when the state pulled this data, they knew that there was COVID leave. They cut us a check for $126,000. Now, the state did treasurers across the state a big favor. They said, when that check comes in, you receipt it to the governor's fund, and then use those monies to reduce your substitute costs. So, my thought, so that's what we've done. I have reclassified those costs for substitutes, which on the front end, I had to take a conservative approach and assume that we are going to need, 200% of what we usually spend on subs. Okay, this was back in April, and we just didn't know. We haven't spent anywhere near that much, so in effect, it's paid for all our subs to date, and we have a reserve. But now, the way the state let us treat that was very kind. And my thought in allowing the policy, the logic that Tracy said, that's the first thing I thought is, how can you not accommodate those people when you're asking them to come into the environment? But to use the ESSER funds, I would have to take each payroll check and recode that through what's called the salary distribution. First week here, I did a 300-row journal entry, not a big deal. Most business managers in the state aren't as experienced as I am, and they have trouble with journal entries. So the state came in and says, you cannot journal entry salary. We'll let you do that to benefits, but the auditors came in and said, we can't deal with this. They don't know how to make them. Because of salary, there's a special routine that's built in there, and it's difficult, especially if it's somebody with restricted funds, because you get to move that paycheck one time. And they don't care if you moved it to the wrong strip or you moved it to a strip that wasn't valid. Now you have to call AppScan to get that manually cleared. So my point is, I'm great if we can't spend the 968, that's fine. I'm confident we can. If we need to move some of that over there for personnel, I can do it, but it's very onerous and it's very tricky. And treasurers will sit there and make that salary distribution paycheck by paycheck, and they look at it for 20 minutes because they know once they push that button, it's gone. You don't want to have to make the call of shame to AppScan, so what you have. So it's there.
But don't we have to increase the rate of pay for substitutes because the minimum wage went up?
Slightly, I think we did. We had dealt with the vendor, months ago. Bringing that up, I'm not sure it was.
I just want to make sure we stay in
We were
compliance
pretty
with that.
close. Yeah, the $11 minimum wage increase, we were already paying more than that to all our employees. There weren't a lot of impact. So it's nice to be able to use that. I would use it, try to spend it other places first. If we're up against the wall and need to spend it, we'll do the salary redistribution. Just, it's a lot of
All right. So we have the motion and a second on the floor.
Yes.
Yes.
And I have it written down.
All right.
Thank
Any
you for
other
the time.
discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed 7-0.
Our next action item has to do with the school calendar for next year. Between now and the February board meeting, our PPC will be meeting to develop the calendar and bring a recommendation forward to you. one of the things that I have been hearing from teachers and administrators is that they would like to look at how we've been using the 4 unassigned days, that if there are maybe some better ways that we can use it to have more of an effect on student achievement. And so you can see in the additional supporting documents on the very last page, teachers have a 190-day contract. 178 of those are student days. 6 are professional development days, as is defined in our policy. So what was in your original packet was that policy that shows that Gravette in policy says that we will provide 6 professional development days, and then 2 parent conference days. And so that leaves 4 unassigned contract days for, I don't know how long, but for several years, many years, teachers have been required to get those 4 days on their own in some way during the summer by attending professional development, and they were just responsible for getting that. But I've had several requests, as you can see, teachers who would like additional work days prior to the start of school, a professional development or work day the first day back in January, professional development spread out throughout the year, or professional development work day at the end of the year for some closure and planning. And they're also interested in still keeping at least 1 or 2 maybe flexible days in the summer for grade level and or content team work days. I wanted just to get some guidance from you all before we turn this over to PPC to begin creating their calendar, because I don't want them to go a direction, with those days that you all didn't support. So I would recommend putting it back on the teachers and administrators and saying, we want our students to be successful. We want our teachers to be prepared to serve our students. How could those 4 days help you the most to affect student learning and to support your teaching, and see what their preferences are for those 4 days. But if you all want to put some guidelines on those 4 days, then we want to make sure they know that.
My opinion, but I figure they can handle it.
Well, I'm just asking, wouldn't a lot of them, isn't it a practice that instead of the summer, they take a personal day and do a PD during the school year? Is that true?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's what Dr. Cage always said, was that's why we,
Huh?
that they were using them in the summer so they wouldn't be off during school.
Well, I'm saying some would take a personal day to go do PD. Is that not right?
I guess if there was something they wanted to do that wasn't approved by their administrator, they might be required to do that. I'm unaware of any.
I don't know.
I'm unaware of that, so I don't know.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I have no idea. I don't know. I can't imagine other than another scenario in which the Maryville just said, unless there's something they wanted to do, an administrator didn't want to release them at that time to do that. I can't imagine if there was a PD that they felt strongly about from most of our administrators not working with them on that, if that's what they wanted to do. I like, just from what I've heard people say, Teachers' Day is the opportunity to have more time in their classroom before the school starts. And then from the perspective of parents, I think maybe a day after the end of the year too, just because sometimes some classrooms you get focused on, and I understand wanting to get out the door, but if that's a day that they're gonna have to be there, and it might relieve some of that pressure of having the students try to help you pack up your classroom and do all that stuff too. So I think, I definitely think, since I guess we can't, that's as close as we're gonna get to get rid of some of these PD days, right? That they don't necessarily have to have. And so I'm all in favor of getting rid of some of those PD days and letting them have some flexibility, because that before school, not being able to get in their classroom, I know is a huge source of frustration. for teachers of not being able to spend time getting all that ready, and I think packing up as well, and
I
whatever
also-
else.
I really value the teacher's time, and I also don't want people taking time out of their summer with their family to do something just to do it.
Yep.
If they want to do something because they want that information to help inform their work in the classroom, then we want to support them with that. But I would hate to think that somebody was spending a day away from their family in the summer just to check a box.
Yep.
What do you think the mix is on that? How many people are going out and doing creative professional development versus going through the motions?
I'm not sure.
I think it's like just about every other person who has to do continuing ed in the world out there is, there's some that is good, there's a lot that you feel like you're just marking time to mark time, you
A
know?
lot of them are saying, thank God for COVID. Sorry.
So I think it's,
Your preference is to go back to them and say,
I would
okay,
like
but-
to give them the flexibility to use those 4 days and however they think it will be most helpful to them in working in their classroom with students.
I'd like to see maybe one or two options rather than just, here's what we want, and
Sure.
then we're kind of forced into, we either say yay or nay, we're not necessarily, we don't support that, we just may think
Sure.
a little tweak, so if there could be two options as opposed to just one.
Well, what do, like, what did you do at Springdale? Did you just have to do the state? Did you have to do extra?
Springdale required 60, but we provided the 60. They didn't have to get it on their own in the summer. It was embedded during the school year.
So, I mean, like,
So there weren't 4 unassigned days in Springdale.
I mean, we could make them do PD if we wanted to,
Correct.
with those 4 days if we wanted to.
yeah. Oh, yeah. But I mean, I'm like you. Why are we making them? I mean, lawyers get theirs cut, didn't they?
Well, the state cut the teachers, it's just in part of our contract.
Right. The state, at one time, the state required 10 days.
Yeah.
Now they just require 6. And
We
then,
kept the
and
4.
districts have the freedom to assign the other 4.
And we kept it as PD, basically.
We have, just, yes, summer PD.
So do you want action on this, or you just wanted some direction?
Either.
So I don't see that it has to be an action item, do you?
Okay.
So,
No.
but I'm excited for them.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
really am.
Yeah. Is everyone in agreement? Yeah.
Okay, great.
So no action.
Heartily endorse it if those reading scores keep coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Well, you know what? If they're spending time in their classroom getting stuff ready before school, I mean, that is such a huge deal, especially, I mean, at all levels. I think that will help. Instead of being torn between PD and I gotta get my classroom done.
The other calendar item that I wanted to get your guidance on is the AMI days versus snow days. And in this, the definition AMI isn't the packet of the past. Technically, today was an AMI day because students were learning in an alternative manner. So we have a choice when there's inclement weather to take an old-fashioned snow day where people sleep in and wear their pajamas and make snowmen, or have an AMI day where virtual instruction or packet instruction is available for students, and so it counts as a student day and teaching and learning continues. And so just wanted some guidance from the board about your preference toward the district, primarily on inclement weather days, using snow days or AMI virtual days so that it counts as a student day.
What's your recommendation?
My strong recommendation is that during fall semester, we utilize AMI days because the number of days in fall semester is so tight that if we use snow days in fall semester. I'm afraid it might push the end of the semester into January, and that creates problems with finals, with teachers getting grades in, and also if you have students that move over Christmas, they may come back for finals week, or they may leave us and go somewhere else and never take their semester test and not have grades and credits for that semester. So I would prefer using AMI days in fall semester just to ensure that we're able to get that in before Christmas. After Christmas, we have a little bit more flexibility. For instance, this year, we're scheduled to get out on a Tuesday, so we could have 1 or 2 snow days or 3 as opposed to AMI days and not have to move over into the next week. It just,
What's your opinion of the quality of learning that occurs on AMI days, given what you know now with the pandemic and online learning?
sure. Of course, I love on-site learning, and so I don't think the same quality of learning is there. For a day like today and for the days in November, teachers knew in advance that those days were coming, so we were able to have conversations about what would be the best use of those days. Are there some things that would really help students? I know particularly in November with our secondary students, we did some things with Naviance and college and career readiness kinds of things that would have, that was a great captured time for us to do that. On a snow day, when you don't know, it may not be that perfect magic moment in your lesson plans for students to spend time writing that essay or to read the next chapter or study for a test. It's not as easy to plan for.
A few years ago, I can't remember how many years ago it was, but we had a bunch of snow days.
8.
And we got to the end of the year, and we ultimately just said, forget about it. They don't have to do anything. What did they do in Springdale for that?
We made those days up on Saturdays. I remember having school on Saturdays to get those days in.
I'd be supportive of something like that. I want to see the time utilized. I'm flexible on how it gets utilized, but I don't think it was right to just say, you didn't have to work those extra, was it 5 days, Tracy?
Oh, I don't know. We was out of power for 14 days.
I was fixing to say, that was the first year we moved here, and we ended up going to
We didn't have
school
spring
almost the
break.
end of June because of that. I know I was completely floored moving here.
And even with AMI, the state only allows up to 10 days. So if it was a 14-day thing, the state would still, require, even if you did AMI the first 10, you would still have to make up at least 4. The state doesn't allow for more than 10 of those days.
I think we're better equipped now because we were forced to do all this stuff with the pandemic. But I agree with you that for most kids, online is not a one-to-one substitute for on-site.
When we first started talking about the AMI things, I think initially we said for day 1 or 2, we wanted snow days because we wanted them to come back. We wanted them to be on site, and we preferred, because we usually had snow days built in, not necessarily at the end of the year, but there were a couple, like today would have been a snow day, and whatever else we had, even spring break, because we wanted one to have it done before testing to get that learning in. At the end of the year, most of the time, it's not worth a whole lot. And so I tend to want to, bring them back in, at least to begin with, kind of like we did before, of if we have a snow day, we have a snow day, and then we make it up if we can in a day like today or another day in spring, rather than tack on the end of the year, and then maybe transition into an AMI days, so that you're not, because there is a point where you've got so many snow days tacked in, they're not doing anything either.
Right.
So, I mean, I think there's a sweet spot in the middle there a little bit, because I agree with you, Jay, and I think we agreed on this last time we talked about it, is that there's no substitute for the teachers and the on-site learning, and
And for
that's the end game is that
And for
learning.
next year's school calendar, the state is requiring districts to build in 5 snow days. You don't have to use them. I mean, you could choose to go the AMI route as opposed to snow days, but they are still going to require them to be there as a holding place in case you choose to go that direction.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying about the fall semester.
Yes.
And we don't typically have an issue the fall semester. So, I mean, I understand that, so I don't really have a problem with that, but I would rather look if we can do that, where a spring semester, if we have a snow day and we've had it before, we haven't come back, it's been a long time, but come back from Christmas break and then turn around and use that day. Because I know that happened once where we had several days after Christmas break that we were out, and then you come back in and then you go out for Martin Luther King Day. Well, I mean, we should stay in school that day rather than go home again if we're able to. So that's my preference on it, to kind of have a blend of it.
Sure. Okay.
Do you need to have that as, again, is that just like
We
a
can do
direction
guidance,
thing, or?
guidance and just work through that with the calendar committee.
Yeah,
Okay.
all right.
No action?
Yep, thank you. Hey, the next action item is in your original packet, and it's approval of a 1 semester only ISS staff member for Gravette Middle School. Do you have information about that person?
Bethany Sparks?
Yes.
Make a motion to accept the recommendation to hire Bethany Sparks for the ISS for this semester for $13.16 an hour for 91 days, funded out of the operating funds.
Okay.
Somebody second?
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
We have a motion
All right.
second.
Here's Kelly, if we have questions, discussion.
You're supportive, right, Kelly?
I'm supportive, very supportive, very thankful.
Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed, 7-0. Thanks.
The last action item is to approve a student transfer request, and that's the last page in your original packet. This student attended Gravette formerly and has not had a great transition to her current district, and they would very much like to return. She had been in Gravette for many years.
Come on
And
down.
We have room, and it's all good.
You making a motion, Hope?
Sure.
Where's that motion?
When you find it, I second it.
Last page.
Last. Yeah. Okay. Hope you did.
Yep. Jay, second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed, 7-0.
And I'll give the form to Tracy if you guys want to start passing it.
All right.
Okay.
Any other? Okay,
That is all of my.
all right.
Would you like more?
No.
All right, so the board will move into executive session for the purpose of discussing employment. At 10:10.
Before we leave, or what?
We're on. 7 board members met in executive session for the purpose of discussing the following items pursuant to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act 93 as amended, employment. No other items were discussed and no votes were taken on any item.
Motion to adjourn.
All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No, just kidding.
All right, adjourn 11:29.